And I'm muted. Happens like every other week. Luckily, I figured out I was muted before I talked for a good 30 minutes. Hey guys, welcome on in. Anthrax, good to see you. Quentin, good to see you. I see Anthrax managed to grab first. Congratulations on that. But I will. I'm a little out of breath. I was just running around and refilling my water. Thank you for the hydrate. Refilling my coffee. I just had some chocolate cookies after breakfast, so I had chocolate all over my teeth, so I had to brush my teeth real fast. You know, all the things we got to do right when we start a stream, and we're like, oh, I didn't do any of that. So thanks again for the hydrate. Thanks for being here. It's going to be a busy week. I've done a lot since last week. It kind of all is blurring together, like what I've shown on stream and what I haven't. But I don't even know if we showed off our new character model last week, or if that was something we added this week. But let me catch my breath. I'm sure you'll get the next chat message of the stream next time, Anthrax. Next week will be the day before our crafting demo goes live on Steam. So that should be pretty fun. Hopefully things will be done by then. Let me just quickly plug the Steam page. The demo will be there. You can also wishlist it to get an email link to the demo. Wishlist help me, obviously. I'll also post on Discord. I know you both are there, so no worries there. Yeah, I mean, it's been a busy week. I don't know that I've done anything other than code, basically. Let's just run on over there. Since last week, I'm pretty sure we've added in this new character model. It's not fully rigged up yet because it's got some clothes that you can put on and take off. It's got some clothes you can put on. When you equip certain items, it doesn't get any less clothed than this. We've also added animations to most of the NPCs. I built a pretty generic NPC animation controller. So NPCs can walk around and be animated instead of T-posing and floating and all that jazz. I'll show that off. This guy has a little bit of debug stuff on him right now, so we can see what he's thinking. His only action is drinking right now, which is a good segue into I was just adding a bunch more actions that NPCs can do. Quick recap on that. All the NPCs in our game have a internal monologue powered by AI where we have them look around at their surroundings, get a list of everything nearby, pass all that plus some extra context into an LLM that says like, hey, this is the game state. These are the things that I can be doing. Like, what do I want to be doing right now? So drinking consumables is one I was working on right before the stream. I added a few more, like sitting down on the ground. Trying to think of the other ones that I added, but maybe we'll see those. We could add more actions on stream today. I was thinking there might be a nice one of like running away from something, so it gets a list of like all the objects nearby. If something is scary, they could choose to do an action of run away from that. We can have them like run in the opposite direction, other stuff we want to do. This is our new character model. It's a little bit blurry when you're zoomed in right now. I still need to fix some stuff. But he can also, when you equip some stuff, he'll have a few more pieces of clothing on. So he looks a little bit cooler, I think. Once you've actually got some equipment equipped, he looks pretty derpy in the start. Anthrax says, I noticed in the clips you sent on Discord that him growing and shrinking isn't actually synced to when he sips a potion. Yes, there's a couple bugs there. One is in those clips he was sipping on potions, like multiple potions at once, which we probably want some sort of cooldown on. But if we go to him now and we give him, say, like 6 shrink potions, he's going to drink them all at once, because why wouldn't he? So he'll probably get real small. The only thing his brain is hooked up to right now is drinking. So He'll come back in a minute. But that's one bug, is he sips them all at once. Another bug is our animator is slightly off. So we need to like tweak the timing of when they drink and when we actually apply the effects. And the third bug is when you drink multiple potions all at once, just the way that we like animate and lerp things between sizes, you don't always come back the same size. So we need to fix that as well. But those are all pretty boring bugs. We might not fix those on stream. We'll see. But it's nice to see that they can drink things. We will jump out of this. Now that that's mostly tested, I'm going to add all of his actions back in so we can kind of stalk him around and see what all he does. But you just bought a $100 Blender course with a discount of $85. Discount of $85, like $85 off? $85 down off 100. That's awesome. Nice. I have always wanted to learn Blender. I watch like a regular human when he's in here. I check out his stream a lot. He's usually in Blender building like anything that he needs in his scene, and I'm like, that's crazy that you can just jump in and do all the building of that, the sculpting of like fan blades and trains and stuff. It's pretty cool. But let's take a look at this guy's brain real fast. We have a nice list of things that he's allowed to do. So we scoped it all down into just drinking so we could test this, but other things he can do, we can walk around randomly. He can move closer to things that he sees. He can interact with things. Maybe we should code that on stream. It'd be nice to have that. He can look closer at stuff, like form memories about seeing stuff. He can talk to the player. Sure. Go home. Generate a new quest, which I just tweaked like last night. Previously, we were injecting that into all NPCs if they didn't have a quest, but we swapped it around, so now we can add this as a learned action that they can do, and we just remove it if they have a quest, which helps a lot in like determining which NPCs can have quests and can't, versus just trying to inject it in all. We'll do a double check on all the other NPCs to make sure we add that on all of them. Do I know Devro? He could help you a lot with resources. I don't know Devro. Is he a streamer on Twitch? Or like a YouTuber maybe? I have not heard that name actually. Let's have him wait as an action he can do. Sit on ground. He's got a nice animation for when he sits cross-legged on the ground. And then drinking a consumable in the inventory. These aren't ordered, but I'm going to put that down at the bottom just for me because they're ordered in my mind. Cool. So those are all the things that this NPC can now choose to do between now. So let's go into the game. Let's stalk him a little bit. I'll make sure I'm caught up on chat, and we can just see him make his decisions because we've got this little billboard here of what he wants to do, so we can kind of get a little bit more insight into, oh, he's walking to see this tree versus just walking around randomly. All right, so he is I do love that animation for him just sitting cross-legged on the ground. Let's see. He is a streamer. I have not seen him. I'll check him out, Quentin. I'll check him out after the stream. He tries to get you to use Unreal Engine, though. Hey, Risky Biscuit Games. It's been going good. How about you? It feels like, I took 3 weeks off streaming, and I think last week was my first week back. It feels like it's been forever since I've seen most people, including you, so welcome on in. Hope you had a good New Year. Hope you're having a good week as well. Let's see if this guy does anything other than just sit and wait, because I kind of love that for him as a vibe, but it's nice to know that he can do other things. There's still some bugs in like the state machine between all the actions and stuff. Let's take a quick look at him. They're not really synced up. Like he needs to stand up before he can walk and stuff like that. But it's kind of a nice thing to have working though, so that's at least nice. Yeah, I mean, we heavily coded his personality as like a monk who's very stoic and doesn't say or do anything. So, makes sense he would just sit down, I suppose. I want to double check that he can. Okay, he can look at stuff. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see. You've been pretty good. Decided for some reason to give myself more work and made my game third person. Looks good, but lots of work. Yeah. What was it before? It was you were working on a platformer, right? Is that right? Sorry if I've forgotten. It's been a while. But moving to third person would be wild because that would be 2D to 3D, I assume. You want to remind me what you're working on? I'm just thinking about how much SSAO would work wonders in your game. I'm not familiar with what SSAO is. Let's see. SSAO. Screen space ambient occlusion. I have not used this at all. Available in HDRP. Maybe I should upgrade to HDRP. I've been on the built-in render pipeline for so long, and I haven't actually tested out any other pipelines. But I want to see what it actually does. Darkens creases, holes, surfaces. I have some... let's see, where am I? I have a little bit of some sort of occlusion going on. You can enable it URP too. I guess I could upgrade to URP too. I'm on built-in renderer, so I'm working with what I got on these. Was first person. Oh, yes. A Morse code horror game that teaches people Morse code. Yeah, that'd be so cool. So the jump to third person is probably, I mean, it's not as big as 2D to 3D, but there's still a lot more. I think it always looks pretty rough in the beginning when you're just transitioning into a new style, but I'm sure it'll look good. Let's see. I want to take a quick look at these because I also noticed, yeah, I bet it's depth of field that is getting our characters so blurry when we zoom in, like here. If I take this guy off, yeah. I don't know, like, how most of these things work. I usually play around with them until things look good, but I have been noticing things were really blurry when we were really zoomed in, so it's nice to just quickly undo that. And our guy is off to go do things now, I suppose. What you doing back here, bud? Just hanging out? Alright, bet. For platformers, just use Cinemachine. Every time I think of Cinemachine, I've used it in like every project I've worked on in Unity because it's free camera stuff. But I haven't used it in this project, so every time I see cool things in Cinemachine, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna add that in real fast. And then I realize we coded in our own camera controller here, which finally is nice and finally works, but we would have saved so much time had I just used Cinemachine. So there's so much stuff that like I want to go back and improve. We are now crunch time adding stuff for this demo that we want to put out next week. We want to get people playing with this crafting system and building stuff and trying out the quests and just like seeing how the base of the game feels. And there's only so many hours in the day. Let's see. Lots of character animations. Thinking about trashing your 2D platformer and making a 3D game? That is the pipeline that everyone goes down, I think. I think everyone makes platformers every once in a while and then is like, I'm going to make a 3D game. Now that I know how things work, you got to stick with it though. I've forgotten what we were going to work on, but let's just check out a few more NPCs, make sure things are all working. We need to go through and make sure they're all rigged up for quest generation again. I might do another crafting station on stream today. Nice to see this guy's using his personality, probably working at the furnace. But there's a big missing gap on the crafting stations, I think, right now, with like a lot of the quests that people will generate could be solved with like clothes of some sort, like gloves or boots or hats or whatever. And we don't really have a way to make those right now. Like, you can randomly get them if maybe you go out and harvest from a deer, get some leather, use that with like needle and thread and stuff like that. But probably want to do something close to the anvil where you can learn recipes like gloves, hat, chaps, I don't know. And you learn more recipes as you level up. All right. Explain something. I've never seen anyone actually redeem that. Thank you so much. I feel like it is chat away, so it's nice to know that people want me to chat away. But the question is, how does the back end of your inventory system work? And that is a great question. So, there are a lot of parts to it, and I'm gonna go through each. Chatting away is your job, streamer man. That is a job that I never thought I would have. I am the kind of guy who will just stay in and code for 5 days straight and never say a word to another human. So it's kind of fun, but unexpected. But yes, let's talk about items. And let me also ping Tony Sprocket. Just in case he's not in the chat, I wanna get him in here in case he's recording some video clips for a game right now, so we can run some like ads and fix up the Steam page and stuff. So let me ping him and make sure that he's here in case he wants to do any clips from what I'm showing off. Let's see, streaming might be. Alrighty. Excuse me. Hey, Cozy. Welcome on in. We are collecting all of the biscuits here. We're doing what we can. Definitely not a Highlander situation. The more the merrier when it comes to biscuits and other breakfasty things. We all know this. And speaking of breakfasty things, shout out to the Cozy Biscuit who recently tier ranked all breakfast food on her stream. So, you know what? Shout out the Cozy Biscuit. YOLO, thanks for being here. And yeah, let's talk about items. So, the backend for the item system. We split it into two parts at a very, very high level. We've got items that the game ships with. So it's items that already exist in game data. That's going to be like, what items do we have? So we've got a bunch of like consumables. We've got apple, blood, mushrooms, bread, carrot potions, cheese, cold potions, blah, blah, blah. All of these items are shipped with the game. They have specific stats. They have specific effects. They will always be the same in every playthrough. And at the beginning of the game, we basically take all these items and just shove them into this item database that we will be adding new items to later. But these are really important for kind of seeding, like the item generation system that we've built. So a lot of them will have like names, they've got descriptions, rarities, value, like normal things. But what you don't see is like the description is there and passed along to the item generation system as examples for like tone and length and like quality effectively for what new items should look like. So if we were to combine, say, like an apple and bread, both of these have descriptions that are very simple, very like straightforward, one sentence or two sentences, like a little jokey on one. So the resulting item that is crafted from those is going to use these descriptions to kind of match the tone of like how we generate new items, what sorts of descriptions we give them. So all these like starting items that we do are basically a baseline to show the item system generation, the item generation system, like how we want things done. And that's kind of where they end. Like the player can obviously craft all these, they can collect these in the game, they'll always be the same. But the second part of the item generation system, which I'll talk to in a second, let me check out this chat. Glad everybody's doing well. Cozy's doing well. Hope you're having a good day too. Good. All right. Everybody's just vibing. Cool. I'll keep talking. So yeah, the second part of the item generation system is we basically, let me find these prompts. Crafting prompts. So what we do when we combine two items, the very simplest way you can craft items in the game, we basically take a single prompt to an LLM and say, let's see. Here's a bunch of stuff. You're tasked with combining items, like tell the LLM what to do. We take the item data and we serialize it into JSON, which is just language that the computer can understand, and then we can parse back into an actual item. We take all of these properties that we put on these starting items, so like description, rarity, value, all that gets put in the JSON blob for that item, and then we tell the LLM, combine them, however, here's some stipulations and so on, like what are the valid values for certain things, and then we insert those two items using a simple token system. So it basically, this is an example of input. It's going to end up looking like this, but we substitute in the actual item data when we do the crafting. And it'll spit out something that looks, this probably isn't going to work, but apparently it did, just made up some items. So it'll spit out something that says like enchanted mirror is the item name. It is item type equipment, it has a value of 8, weight of this, durability, etc. Gives it a description as well. And so here, let's see if I actually have a good, I don't remember where we have our flowcharts. See if I can grab a flowchart, because we have a long chain of stuff that happens after this. I'm going to see if I can grab it real fast out of maybe the screenshots directory. Probably not. It's probably been a while since I posted it, and I can't remember what website I build flowcharts on. But maybe a better way is just looking at the code real fast. So we have our item creation service. Let me kill everything else so my stream isn't just a giant IDE. But basically what happens is we get this very basic item block of data. We serialize that back into an item class because it maps directly to the properties like description, durability, weight, etc. is actually like description, durability, weight. We just basically build our class back from the string data that we get from the LLM, and then we take this and we pass it around through our item generation service to fill out everything that needs filled out based on other things that we've filled out. So if it's a material, there's not a lot to be done, like generate some affixes on it. But if it's like equipment, we need to generate what slot it equips to. We need to generate some stats, some stat requirements, things like that. So we basically just do some branching based on what type of item is generated. And then after that, I think we do a couple other things like, we generate like an image for it. We've got a description for it. attributes, requirements, all these different pieces can be generated piecemeal or in a chain. And we basically start with a piece and we look at it and say, what else needs generated for this specific item? Oh, it's item type equipment, so we need to generate equipment stuff. Maybe if it has a rarity over a certain amount, we need to generate some other stuff. But basically, it's a long chain that all starts from this. And that's just the base. That's like the basic bit of how we do item crafting. We also have all our workstations in the game that let you craft in certain ways. So like you'll notice that this is basically here's 2 items, output 1 item, and then some text like saying how do you get to that 1 item. But we also have let's see, anvil maybe? Nope. What do anvils use? Where is our prompt? Too much stuff. Let's see here. Anvil window manager will tell us. Thank you, Quentin. My back has been hurting so bad for like the last week, so it's probably a good idea to keep on those posture checks. Isn't it fun to think everything you're making is just zeros and ones? It is. Like, I think in traditional games, like you think of these items as like, it's a packaged thing. The item has, or the game has these items, but it is just zeros and ones. Like, there's no reason you can't be adding new items, new game data and stuff as you play in any other game. So it's kind of wild to just like take that barrier off of like how games work and be like, you know what? It doesn't have to work like this. Hey, Tony. Hey, welcome on in. Thanks for being here. We are just vibing, explaining how crafting systems works, item system works. I guess I assumed you meant the crafting when you were talking about the inventory system, but we also have like even lower level stuff of like the inventory object is full of inventory slots which have item data in them. Like I built all this, probably one of the very first things I built for just like letting you have inventory slots in the game, and we use those everywhere. Like crafting workbenches, you drag an item from your inventory slot into the crafting slot. We pull from that slot for our logic and prompts. It goes pretty far down. So I could probably do like a whole YouTube video or devlog or talk about it forever, but that's kind of the gist of how the inventory and crafting systems work. As a final example, like if you go to a workstation, here's an inventory slot that works exactly like these. They all have flags on them of like, can you retrieve items? Can you drop items in? Here you can use this slot as the source item for this crusher's LOM. You're basically saying like, I want to crush down this unicorn tier into dust. You push a button. Now it's going to, behind the scenes, serialize this into that JSON, pass that into a prompt that says like, you're at a crusher, they've selected this option. Here's the item that was passed in. What is the item that you get out? We get a JSON blob back for this item's data, and we got unicorn tier dust, which then we go through the same process that we do at the beginning of the game with like those items that we ship the game with. We inject them in the game, but now we do that same thing where we create this new item and inject that into the item database. So now this item exists in the game now. And if you ever like craft unicorn tier dust another way, it's always going to have these stats, this description, and so on. You can take this and go craft stuff out of it. It's pretty in-depth at this point. Why don't I have Discord dark theme? Because I'm a rebel and light theme is nice. um, nah, I'm a big fan of light theme in general. It's actually rare for me to use dark theme. I think Unity 6 was kind of a jump for me to switch to dark theme. But it's probably because I work often on laptops where I have a pretty dim screen to keep my battery life really long. And I find that it's easier to read things in light mode when your screen is really dim than it is to read things in dark mode. So checkmate dark mode, people. Let's see. I tend to think the sign you are no longer young is when firm beds are the most comfortable thing. I'm at that point, had back pain, got a firm bed, and it's gone. A firm bed, you say? My wife and I travel a lot, and we stay in like Airbnbs and hotels and things. And occasionally we'll get a firm bed at an Airbnb, and I'm like, dang, this is nice. But then also we'd get like a really, really soft bed, and I'm like, I'm never going back to a firm bed again. So maybe just a little bit of variance in the beds is nice. Did you know the Minecraft stack system of 64 originated because of bits and bytes? You know, I didn't know that, but if I had to guess, I probably would have said like, oh yeah, they're storing the stack size in like a thing. What is 2 to the what is 64? Is it 8? So an 8-bit. That's not right. I don't know. I know it's a magic number. That's wild though. Did not know offhand. Let's quickly, before we lose too much momentum, let's go over to all of our NPC brains in town. I mentioned earlier that we swapped how quest generation works. So before we were just letting all NPCs generate quests. Now we want to explicitly add quest generation on NPCs who can have one. So let's quickly add those in real fast. Just make sure all the NPCs in town can be generating their own quests. That way when we go in and play, we can have quests to play with. I guess we can give it to the trader. These traders I'm going to have work a little bit differently, where they are probably going to have more of like a puppeteer system that stays active all the time, so they can walk from town to town, like points around the world. Versus like most of the NPCs in town, they've got an invisible radius around them where their brain activates and deactivates based on how close the player is. But that obviously doesn't work if this guy's supposed to walk to like the town over there. If he walks outside of town, goes outside the player range, he's just going to stop there. So I've left him alone for now, but we can give him quests. Why not? And we'll also make him sit down. Sure. Maybe he can wait too. Sure. Basically just do nothing. Just check the pattern 64, 32, 16, etc. The pattern of bytes was the reason you could stack max 64 items in a slot. I think the max gold in RuneScape also, if you follow that pattern, it gets up to like 2 billion, 100 million or something. That is same pattern there, Quentin. It's just 2 to some number. It's been too long since I've looked at the tables, but it's just that max size of the data type they're storing that value in, which is kind of crazy. This guy can generate quests. Cool, cool, cool. Blacksmith also should have quests. So, is there any NPCs in town who shouldn't have quests? Like, we've got this ninja hiding out in the mountains. I guess she can have quests too. We've got this killer running around outside of town. Why not also have quests? Sure. It'll be really fun later on. I'm planning on adding a spell that is like talk to plants, or like something that makes things sentient, which will effectively work by adding in the same sort of NPC brain that lets NPCs work. But if you add it to like this tree, it should be able to do the same sort of sensory input of like getting a list of everything near it, letting the player talk to it, having opinions, having that internal loop of what to do, although I don't know what actions a tree could do. But it could generate quests for the player. Could potentially just like produce fruit or like other things that I guess are valid actions for trees. Maybe you do a quest for a tree and it produces some fruit for the player to harvest. But I think it's cool that you could maybe like have a fire over here or something and it would be able to see it and then comment on that. Could be fun. I lost where we were on the NPCs, so let's jump back up to... We got our killer. Stonemason, sure, she should have quests too. Let's also let her sit on the ground. She looks like someone who would sit on the ground. Maybe our mountain ninja too. Let's see. This priest, you know, he probably looks funny sitting on the ground. Why not let him do it too? And generate a quest as well. In the old days, they used to make inventories a list of ints. The first bits in the int were the identifier, and the last couple were the store the amount of that item. Oh, like a mask. Yeah, because I was like, it doesn't really need the full size of that int for the stack size, but splitting it and saying like the first X amount of bits are the ID and the second X amount of bits is stack size, and whatever else they needed to store is probably a really good idea. Didn't know that. Thank you for sharing it. Isn't it weird we got from stones and dump creatures to visual things with clicking buttons and momming a weird shape object and a video playing with electric current within a few thousand years? Don't say that like an insult. She looks like someone who would sit on the ground. You know, there's nothing wrong with sitting on the ground, Cozy. You're telling me this person doesn't look like she would sit on the ground? You know, sitting on the ground is totally fine. I sat on the ground today. Probably. Alright, this guy though, he doesn't sit on the ground. All he does is generate quests and wait. Sure. The Japanese sit on the ground, broadly speaking, of course. A lot of people sit on the ground and there's nothing wrong with that. This guy, generate new quest, and we don't really need like an action to wait, but what it does is basically just stall the brain for however long. So it's kind of nicer for us to be able to just say like, oh yeah, wait for 20 seconds instead of looping over and over again every second saying, do we want to do anything yet? Do we want to do anything yet? These guys are just going to chill here. And we've got one guard in the back for a tutorial. He's going to do the same thing. So he will wait, and he comes hard-coded with a quest to start with, so we can ensure that like the player is doing the right thing at the start. But after that, he'll generate new quests, because this action gets stripped out if they already have a quest, so they're never going to override their own quest. Alrighty, a couple more. Does this witch sit on the ground? She certainly makes quests. Probably not sit on the ground, but who knows? Sitting on the ground is pretty comfy, especially sitting on the ground in the forest. That comfortable soft soil with leaves on top. Nothing wrong with that. And our chef, which is still a placeholder NPC, they'll get a quest. Why not also sit on the ground? We'll probably have like a eventually a collection of default actions that we can just apply to everyone, but for now I've just been basically applying mostly the same actions to everyone. We've also got some NPCs like out in the world that I'll do this process on later, but at least now we can run around town, see some quests. Let's check out a couple quests now, and then maybe we'll add in our sewing station workstation, because let's go see some quests and see if we can come up with like items that would help. And then if we can't make those items from the workstations we have, maybe it makes sense to add more workstations. It is supposed to be a demo about the crafting system, so why not keep working on the crafting system? And also, I think I have cozy lo-fi gaming music playing. I'll enjoy it as well. And not have my own stream playing in the background. Have you heard of Hot Reload? Saves a lot of time. I have heard of Hot Reload. I think I can't use it because I basically abuse singletons and things that need to stay loaded and not lose their references. But can you remind me? Hot Reload, it basically recompiles while the game is still running, right? You don't need to keep recompiling. Is that right? Or, I mean, you don't have to like exit out, recompile, and jump back in. But I feel like I looked into, I mean, that like build time is obviously really, really long now. I looked into the big fix, which was something along the lines of like keeping things in memory. But I felt like I had a lot of issues with the singletons that I was using, but maybe not. I'll give it a shot. I think it's mainly generics and partials that are the issue. All right. Let's see this. What do we got? Because that would be very nice. The load times didn't used to be this bad. Oh, this is not what I looked. Oh. I looked at something built into Unity. Is it an asset that you guys are talking about, or is it like a Unity setting? Oh, the asset. Okay, so maybe it will work. I'll have to check it out. It's not that bad. I'll check it out. Thank you, though. I'll check it out off stream. We're going to run around and try and see if any of these NPCs will generate some quests for us. We probably need to talk to them first, but apparently not, because this guy just generated one and was like, all right, I'm going to sit here and wait for you. All right, so whenever he attempts to speak to a customer or negotiate a deal, his tongue literally ties itself in knots. Obviously, that's a problem. He's a guy who lives on the gift of the gab to make a living. So how do we stop this guy's tongue from tying in knots? Oops. Oh, okay. We still need to handle our keyboard inputs. We can do that. Yeah, I just added all these keyboard shortcuts. We need to disable those when we're typing in an input box. How the heck is he talking to the protagonist? That's a great idea, or a great point. So he wants a potion of some sort. We kind of killed the conversation because we just kept closing it. All right, that's might be out of our means for now. What else do we got? Also, I feel slower than normal. You gonna have a quest for us? You gonna sit on the ground? think this is the right speed for the player, but I think our animation is playing too fast. Okay, okay. Could have sworn she had a quest, but apparently not. We have met her now, so I think she'll generate one. Maybe. We'll come back to her. It feels a wee bit slow. Can we see this guy sit down on the ground? Double harvest bug. I think you have really long exit times on the animation transitions too. I bet I do, actually. I was just fiddling with a lot of them for the NPCs. I just did their full animator, like knocked it out in a day, and I still haven't debugged that much. That's a good call, though. Gonna sleep now. It's 11 p.m. Thanks for being here, Quentin. I appreciate it. Good to see you, and have a good night. What does this guy need? Oh, right. He doesn't have a quest yet. He's just meeting us. Cool, cool, cool. Wonder if she has a quest yet. We might be able to see her from here. She does. Okay, cool. She's got an exclamation mark over her head. Yeah, definitely weird transitions between the animations. You've been messing with the animator a lot recently, given the third person change. Yes, it's so crazy. Like, I haven't messed with layers and like other things that the animator can do. I just learned how to do the substate machines. So you like transition into another machine, which has been really, really good for organizing some of the complex states that I've set up. But I'm still learning it for sure. Layers and inverse kinematics are absolutely nuts. I watch YouTube videos on people that do like the kinematics for procedurally generated legs of like creatures. Absolutely bonkers. I don't know how it's done, but it's something I'd like to learn. This person has an allergy to limestone dust. So this is something that we probably could fix with a potion of some sort. So I'm kind of, I mean, both he and her kind of needed some sort of potion. We don't have a workstation for crafting potions. But I think what we could do with this one is like a mask or something that covers the face. So that might be something we're considering, a sewing station, or like some, I don't know a better term for it, but like where you would make clothes or other accessories. So let's keep kind of a list of some of the items that we might want to craft for some of these quests. And then we can use those to try and determine what crafting station we should build next. Because ideally the loop is that the player learns of a problem from an NPC and has an idea in their head, and it's probably going to take some trial and error to craft the item that they need, but they should be able to get to that item. So if you want like gloves of frost protection, like, you know, basic steps of like, oh, I need to be able to make gloves, I need a way to enchant them, I need a way to like infuse cold essence, like all these different steps that you can put in place. We need to make sure that step one, you can make gloves and do things. A loom. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. The big spinning wheel, not a sewing station. Let's see. What do we even call the default mix two things together crafting if we literally have an alchemy machine? The only alchemy is the mix two items here. There will be other spells that you'll learn for your alchemy. But right now you've got some, like, you combine items here and that is alchemy. I mean, I guess this could be like cooking with alchemy, but all the workstations are bound to their own skills. And so that's different ways to craft, but they're not necessarily alchemy. I mean, you do have an alchemy spell. It is its own skill. But as you level this up, like right now you can only combine 2 items, but later maybe you combine 3 items or like a grid of items that are placed in specific positions. Some of the skill or the spells that I'm excited to add in are like invert item would be fun, like taking a giant's ring and using an alchemy spell to invert it, and it becomes like a shrinking ring and it makes you really tiny or something like that, where it's still like a means to manipulate items through magic. It just gives you more ways to manipulate the items you have into whatever you're trying to build for these NPCs, if that makes sense. Let's keep some apple pies. I was waiting for this guy to come up with a quest, but apparently not. Maybe we need to talk to him first. Or I think something is off with our ray casts as well. Because I think if we click on an NPC, it's going to raycast through him and we'll go to that point. And I think that's mostly worked because we pass by the NPC at that moment. Like if I click here, I bet we'll run over that direction, but we'll pass by him, so it'll open the NPC dialogue, basically. But that gets really finicky, and we definitely need to fix this. But like if there's a object behind it that you would harvest from, it's going to again raycast through him and harvest that object while also talking to him on the way. So I think what we need to do, we fire that raycast and like prioritize what you're interacting with. I bet NPCs just need to be moved to the top versus I think objects are at the top right now. Let's see. Anybody else have some quests? We're trying to gather a list of ways to solve quests for these people. You gonna sit on the ground? Haha. Maestro of flavors. Yeah, I think the controls are a little bit clunky right now. I was tweaking things. I think I might undo a lot of them. Let's see. More quests, please. Probably would be nice to see all your active quests somewhere too. Without having to go through and click through each person to see if they have a quest. And also fix what we do have. We finding all the bugs here today. Let's see. Anybody making quests? All right. Well, I mean, we can just make our loom. Shouldn't be that hard. But first things first, I'm absolutely gonna improve this player's speed again. Boy howdy, that is too slow. Knowing if the controls are clunky is very difficult as the dev because you've been used to the old, possibly worse movement from before tweaking it. So it might be better and just feels worse. I mean, that is true. The reason I reduced the speed is because I originally increased the speed because I'm the dev and I wanted to get around wherever I needed to go really quickly instead of running forever. So I'm probably used to running really fast. So maybe the speed is more fine than I think it is, but I definitely do need to adjust like the animation to match the speed so your legs aren't like rah while you walk really slowly. But that's a good call out. Like I also want the speed to be a little bit slower at the start because there is a lot of speed equipment that you can get that makes you go really fast too. So you don't necessarily need to start out as fast as people would like to be. And horses and other stereotypically fast animals would be very, very cool, yeah. And actually, yeah, that would be fun to add because they would be fast in the environment and you'd have to like chase them down to harvest from them to get the materials that would probably have like speed stats on them for you to craft items from. So that's good call there. Let's go ahead and let's make our loom, I suppose. So we got our crusher. We still need to do a model for that, but a loom. Do we have a crafting area? This is going to be like the apothecary, like potion making area where the witch is. This is more of like a mining area. We'll have mining workstations. That's where our crusher will go. So let's actually move it up there, because they're going to be like mining rocks and crushing them and stuff up here. We have blacksmithing over here, and we'll probably put some cooking stuff in here. It's a very open-ended area so far. Crafting though, I mean, I guess we could use this area that we had. We can go ahead and let's just build it over here. We can always move it later. So I guess we'll speed run a workstation, I guess. Let's add a placeholder object for it. Let's get it out of this big grass. Let's see. We have a giant grass prefab because there's too much grass in the world. Oh no, I don't want to drag it all the way up here. Okay. We'll just child it off this guy. Loom. How's it looking? I got some meetings, so I have to bounce, but has been fun to check in. Excited to try out the demo when it comes out. Thank you, Biscuit. Good to have you here. Thanks for coming in. Hopefully there'll be a lot of improvements until next week when we'll have this crafting demo out. Yeah, good to have you here. Thank you so much. Good luck in the meetings. Alrighty, so reset this rotation. Let's get it kind of the silhouette that we'll use for our loom. So we are going to just make our UI panel for this first. Probably, I guess we could do the prompt first. Let's do the prompt first, because we're basically going to do the same thing that we are doing the anvil for, but for different recipes. So if we go to our smithing, where's our smithing recipe stored? Here, when we craft with material, recipe is null. We look at recipe database, prompt, craft item from. We might even be able to use the same prompt. Let's go look and see what it looks like. It's on the recipe database. Item crafting from material. You're given a 2-part input, base item, and a JSON data blob of the material a variant of that base item will be made of. So the base item is like axe, and the material is like crystal. So you would get a crystal axe. Actually, yeah, none of this is specific to smithing. So what we can end up doing is just have different base items that we learn through the crafting skill. So for example, in our Anvil window manager, the player knows these templates by default, these base items. As they level up smithing, they learn. excuse me, they learn how to make these items, these items, these items, and so on. They just fill out as templates that you can click on as buttons. We can do pretty much the exact same thing with the loom and say like mask, gloves, coif, other leather equipment, other pieces of clothing, and then they can have these templates kind of unlock as they level up their crafting skill. So we'll do that. So let's go ahead and let's build our UI window first. We'll use the same prompt. I think that'll work really well. It'd be nice to be able to reuse it. And after this stream, I'll look at hot reloading. Alrighty, so let's go down. Let's find our smithing window, or our anvil window, I guess we call it. Take that, so let's copy it over. Let's unpack the prefab so we don't actually modify the old anvil window. It's gonna look something like this. We can call this the loom window. Let's go on in and just change it. Title, loom. Exit button should be mapped to this window's toggle window. Okay. Yeah. Wait, this window, oh right. Loom window manager. We could potentially, last week we made a few new workstations that were like one item in, one item out, and we generalized it enough to have a single window manager script for that type of workstation. We might end up doing that for this sort of thing too, where you're learning recipes. It's one item in, one item out, but with templates. Because this might end up being about the same code, but I want to start with the loom window manager just in case there's anything specific. I don't think we need to go necessarily like very generic from the get-go, but let's go ahead and have that in the back of our minds because we might do that. Let's see here. So when we go loom window manager, we want that inheriting from UI window. Let's basically just copy over all this for now. We'll strip it all out, but it's going to be the same logic and aesthetics for the most part. But while we still work on this, we want, right, this needs to go to loom window managers, exit, tabs container is where we can start decorating stuff. So we probably won't actually have tabs on this quite yet. Some of the workstations will have tabs because there will be multiple things you can do at them. We've been lately trying to just get more workstations at the start, but as we build out all that logic and functionality, we might collapse them into a single workstation that does multiple things. But for example, anvils, you can break down items, you can also smith new items. Let's just disable that for now. And then our pages, we can go ahead and rename this crafting. Sure. We'll have our material slot. Uses a material when sewing. And then this should all pretty much be the same. We actually can even use the same prefab here, I think. So yeah, a lot of this is going to be generalized because nothing in this is related to smithing. It's more the structure of how this workstation works where you're learning new recipes. But if we just change this background, get it not looking like an anvil, we can go ahead and just like make a loom later. But let's just put something in that's different for sure. Let's do like, that'll be fine for now. So this should almost work from the get-go. Let's go ahead and go through the code. This will be crafting XP. We can get rid of like all the logic around pages, which is what would be different between the two if we were to combine them into one, because anvils obviously do other stuff, but we can get rid of all this. We're starting by deleting the variables so we can see where the errors happen, so we know where to jump to, because it's stuff that we're probably going to be deleting. Material slot same. These are all fine. We'll call this crafting, and then salvaging, again, get rid of it all. We start by initializing an inventory of size 1 to handle that slot so we can grab items out of it. We will show a tutorial. We might do tutorial stuff later on, actually, on this stream. But for now, we don't have that tutorial window, so we don't need it. When we hide the window, like when we close it or walk away or something, we're putting that item in its inventory back in the player's inventory so they don't walk away and it's still there. But more stuff to delete. Populate smithing recipes. Let's call populate recipes. We can start moving towards more generic naming. We'll say ref templates container and prefab template button. We can just call them templates in both. So here we actually need crafting as our skill level. And this is the part where I'll probably need chat's help of just like all the different things you might make at a loom. We don't necessarily need to set them up to be like organized or in groups or anything yet, but just like all the stuff that you would make on a loom. If you want to throw that in chat, I will get that added to this list here. But I'll throw a few in for examples, and then I'll continue on in the code. But for now, we just want like mask, gloves, boots, robe, sure, lots of clothing, pants, shirt, hat, cloak, sure. Maybe not jewelry, but like belt is fine. Anything else that we would make at a loom or like with leather, feel free to throw it in chat and I'll add it in and we can play around with them. So here, did we delete UI? Yeah. So I'm not going to go into like changing the logic on the shared prefabs that we're using. We can rename them later. They will refer to smithing for now. Craft item with materials, what we're going to call when that button is pressed. So we grab our item. We check to see if a recipe already exists for that variant is how we organize it, because it's not quite alchemy where it's like one item in plus another item in. It's a specific item of a specific material, so it's kind of logically different there. So we're storing it differently where it isn't necessarily a item plus item equals this, it's item times item equals this or some other operator. So if we don't have a recipe, that's where we go through our craft item from material chain that we'll probably spend most of our time in. So I want to quickly do this branch of, if we do have a recipe, if we do know what we craft when we put in a diamond and click gloves, if we get our diamond gloves, we add that item to the inventory, redraw that slot, consume the material, redraw that slot, show the pop-up of you receive diamond gloves, and then grant crafting XP. That amount, redraw that, skill database, XP per alchemy. That sounds incorrect for both here and on the anvil. Is that right? Should be this value, I think. Because that's the amount of XP that we are adding. So let's go fix that on the anvil too. Okay. So that all works. If we know the item we're crafting, it'll just craft it immediately. If we don't know the item we're crafting, that's where we go through our big ol' chain of generations that I talked about earlier, where we substitute in our base item that we're using as a material, diamonds, or I guess here would be gloves. If we click on gloves, material data is going to be the item that we put in. So it'd be diamond with this description, this weight, this value, etc. So all these get kind of encoded into the new item. And then we pass that to the prompt. We run the prompt. When the prompt is done, we call on item crafted with material, which takes that text JSON data we get back, creates a item object from it, and why are we doing this? Checking to see if the new item that we've crafted, so it says, okay, you get diamond gloves. I guess if we have already seen or created diamond gloves a different way in the game, we will fetch that item. Otherwise, we need to create a new item, which is what we do here. So here, we're basically just storing it as the variant recipe, which we use above. And so our branching is, we don't have this item yet, so we're going to generate the completed item details. So most of the time it's equipment, which means we're just going to like add stat requirements, affixes, images, a slot, for example, that it equips into. But if we do have the item, we just skip ahead to basically giving the item to the player. So here we'll say finalize crafting of item. We add that item to the player's inventory, redraw it, show that we got it, add it to the game database, show that the player has discovered it, so like traveling merchants and stuff will start stocking it, consume the material, redraw that, and grant our crafting XP, which again, we have this bug again. But other than that, this looks pretty fine. Like, obviously there's some duplicated code. We probably want to clean some stuff up. But I want to get this working, and then I want to get this demo out, and then maybe after the demo I can do some streams on like code cleanup and architecture and stuff if people are interested in that. But I think a lot of time people just want to see stuff working. So let's go ahead and delete all this salvaging logic, which you don't need, since this loom doesn't do salvaging. And it's looking like it probably works. We need to set some references over here. So we'll do that, but maybe we can start with these templates and see if there's anything else that we need to add if we start looking at quests that would be helpful. We've got like hat. I'm trying to think of other things. Socks, maybe. They might not even be useful. Underwear, a scarf. Probably not those because they're more jewelry. But let's get these references built up, and then we can try the workstation with these because they're all under level 1, I guess. Let's call this player's skill level. So we should have all these templates at the start, so we can just go in with the items we start with and see what we craft. Alright, so I hope it works on the first try, because that would be cool. Let's get rid of our loom window. Material slot manager, we need to get these references set up. Templates container, I think it's going to be this guy, yeah. And our prefab template button, which we can just grab off the anvil window, this guy. We're going to reuse that because they look the same. We'll make a more generic one later. But that should work. So the last piece is just disabling that, going to the workstation that we just built, and telling it to open that window when you interact with it. So this guy has a box collider already. We can call it a generic interactable panel trigger for a loom. Toggling. Let's see, where's our loom window? We will have it also open the inventory window and close if the player gets too far from it, because it's something they want to be nearby to use. So I think this will work. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, I think after, I'm doing fun code on stream because it's fun. But there's a lot of polish that I'm going to be doing after the stream to get things ready for next week. Let's see. So we've got our loom. We probably need to update that icon for it, but it does open correctly. Things didn't initialize correctly, apparently, though. Do we have errors? Where we don't even have a console? Window, general console? Oh, it's hidden down there. No errors, but alright, so let's trace through a little bit because I did just kind of wildly go through. So before window show, that's probably where we're supposed to be drawing the new prefabs, right? Or here, I guess. What calls this? Populate recipes. Nothing calls this. In the anvil window, populate smithing recipes is called when we show the page. So yeah, that just needs to be called on window show. So before window show, populate recipes. Cool, cool, cool. Easy peasy. Alrighty, take two. We go to the loom. We now have recipes that we can craft. Cool, cool, cool. So, if we, for example, I guess we don't really have like soft materials like leather and paper and stuff, but can we make bread boots, I guess? Probably. Let's go. I guess we craft this real fast, see if it actually works. Okay, we made some bread boots. Sure, sure, sure. Let's go out and find a deer. Let's get some leather, and then we'll collect a bunch and come back and see what we can make. Should be some, like, way out here. Interesting. If you hold down your mouse. Can't tell if that's recalculating, like, paths and having issues, or something with animations, but use bare hands on deer. Sure. What are we going to get here? I guess I should animate them too. Well, we don't need deer. Net. Deer pelt. There we go. We'll just get a ton of those and we'll bring them back and craft stuff at the loom. And while we're here, let's add an extra Eye of Madness to a deer. Why not? Madness is elk. Interesting. I guess we can craft with that too. Deer hide. Sure, sure, sure. So what happens if we use deer hide as a tool to harvest from a deer? Or use scissors, I guess. We get more deer hide. Alright, yeah, that kind of makes sense. We'll get a few more of these. We'll go back. Let's use some scissors as well. See what else we can get. Let's try a lantern on it. Let's try a fishing rod on it. And tongs. So more deer hide there. Deer carcass, right? I don't know that we need a lot of that. Fishing rod on deer. String. Interesting. I mean, that's probably nice to have. Don't know exactly why you get string from a deer when you use a fishing rod on it, but it's, I guess, a source of string now. Alright, and lastly, let's try tongs, I guess. And maybe a telescope, too. Tongs give you deer meat. Sure, sure, sure. I guess, yeah. Telescope. I mean, I guess we need to know what an axe gives, too. Observation notes. Interesting. Carefully observed through a telescope. Alright, we'll try that axe. Try a hoe too, why not? And a pulley. It's probably just going to pick up the deer. Okay, axe is deer meat. Sure, that makes sense. Hoe. Also deer meat. So we probably should also interrupt this harvesting if the animal gets, like, further than a certain leash away, because it's kind of boring to just stay in here and nothing happens. But if there were stuff you needed to do to, like, immobilize the deer in order to harvest from it, it's probably a good thing to add. So you have to, like, be more strategic instead of literally just clicking on it and AFKing. But we got a bunch of materials that we needed. Let's head back to town. Let's do that crafting on the new loom. See what all we can get from these materials. We needed a lot of like soft stuff because all we had was like geodes and rocks and things, which aren't the greatest to test with on a loom. But everybody in town is also starting to generate new quests, so we will pit stop at them to learn what their quests are, so we can kind of brainstorm some solutions for them, make sure we have the workstations necessary to craft those items. This guy definitely walked through that wall, which shouldn't be happening because there's no... he uses a nav mesh agent. He uses the same nav mesh agent that the player does, so... Huh. But this guy needs a potion that lets him be kinder without sacrificing the truth. Oh. So again, I mean, we started a list of like things that they might want that we can't really craft. So potion is high up on the list. We definitely need to figure out like how the player should be crafting potions. But let's keep looking. This guy, every word he speaks creates immense pain in his throat. That sucks. Maybe he's got the Rona. So he needs something that can soothe his voice or prevent people from misunderstanding me. So that could be a potion. That could be like a cold drink. That could be like ice water or something kind of enchanted. We've got potion. Let's do a drink there. Let's see what else these people have for us. This guy, every time he negotiates a deal, his tongue twists and turns. Again, causing him to accidentally blurt out his actual lowest price. I hate when that happens. Obviously, as a merchant, it's disastrous for his business, so he probably needs like a potion or like something that prevents him from talking, or like something that distracts his customers. Yeah, maybe we do those keyboard shortcuts soon. Can't really type to the NPCs until we fix that. Let's see, who else we got? We'll go this way. You don't have a quest yet? Dang, it's been so long. Well, that collider definitely needs fixed. Craft some stuff, I guess. We're just doing a loop through town, seeing if anybody comes up with quests that we can kind of add to our item list from. But they get the exclamation mark over their head when they have a quest. I might end up removing this whole like enclosure here because it becomes invisible when you're underneath it, like when it's in the way of the camera. But because of the way that we do our Unity raycasting for workstations and things, we're using Unity's on mouse enter, on mouse exit. Maybe we can actually switch these to the ignore raycast layer to exclude them. But they have an issue where like they'll get in the way of hovering over things, even if you can't see them, which is very, very annoying. But let's just ignore raycast on smithing enclosure. We'll check that out. What's this guy? I mean, I guess it makes sense that the chef is interacting with an open flame. I guess we can grab some open flames. Or something. Burnt net. Let's use a telescope on it. Surprised they're not generating some quests, but oh well. Sooty lens. Just what we needed. Alright, let's go craft. We got what we needed. excited to add more NPCs to town also. Alright, we got our loom. Let's craft some stuff. So we have a lot of deer hide. We can get a mask. We'll get gloves. We'll get robes. Fun fact, you can actually just click them all at once because I'm a developer. But there will be some timers. You can only do one at a time, sorry. But we are definitely crafting deer hide equipment now, so that's nice. Exactly what we needed. And so when we go to people who need like a mask, it's probably a lot easier to go craft a mask, I guess. Although this looks more like a Halloween mask. We need more like a fabric mask. We are leveling up crafting real fast. Wow. And I guess one thing that we can test here, I don't think we've added like dropping items in your inventory is too full. We have in some cases, like when your inventory size changes, but I don't think we've added it when we add items to your inventory. So if we go deer hide scarf, what's it gonna do? It's gonna do nothing. Not gonna add to the inventory, not gonna drop on the ground. All right, so we can fix that too. But I think this loom works, so that's exciting. We'll just need to spend some time figuring out like what items we want to be able to craft from it and at what levels you unlock those. But generally should work just fine. So I'm just going to start combining things in my inventory to create some space and stuff. So we can just craft a little bit more. Sooty lens, socks. Or I guess, yeah, we can equip the craftsman's belt. We can probably merge that with our backpack. We can just make more inventory space, I guess. Sooty socks. Might not be the cleanest, but they will keep your feet warm. Alright, we got a backpack with 15 inventory slots, so that'll actually help a lot. So let's get back to some crafting. Deer hide socks with grapes. And can we make a apple mask? Just kind of vibing and crafting here, seeing if we're breaking anything. Grape scented socks, probably way better than the soot socks we made them, or the leather socks we made them from. Let's make them even more grape, I suppose. Where'd our apple mask go? Oh my gosh, that's terrifying. Fruit mask, alright. So deer pelt cloak, let's make some scarf out of that. Deer pelt hat, sooty lens. Let's do a deer hide mask and a sooty lens. Grape infused socks. We are getting everything we need. Let's make some underwear out of small river rocks, maybe. Smoky vision mask. Alright, we're starting to get, like, most of the time you get affixes, like the same ones, just like harvest speed and move speed. But there are a lot of affixes that can actually generate, so like chance to blind is an interesting one that you don't see too often, I guess. Let's see. Anything else? Needle and thread. Shirt. Sure. Rocky underwear. Yikes. Grape infused socks and rocky underwear makes what? Tailored shirt used as a weapon? I think we can work with that. Let's add some scissors to it. Grape infused rocky armor. Gives strength, armor, and health recovered on hit, but requires some strength. Interesting. I don't think that this should be a weapon, but YOLO. Tailored shirt with precision cuts and reinforced seams. All right, we've reached. There's a pattern in LLMs where they use the like ingredient items to set the tone of how the item should be named and the description and things. And you'll notice when items start adding on, like tailored shirt added on with precision cuts, and then added on and reinforced seams, each time you go through this process, they're usually just going to keep adding more and more to like that title. So that'll be silly to see, I guess. But I say all that, and it finally ended the loop, and we got Taylor's Precision Scissors. So let's craft some underwear out of string, I guess, and then let's go give it to someone in town. And then we can use grape infused rocky armor with our fruit mask. Sure. We got string underwear. Sure, that is indeed equipment. Let's make mask out of string. Grape infused rocky helm. So we are just layering on the stats now. Let's take this, and we have our string mask. Maybe we can get rid of that. We can also make a string hat, a string scarf. We are crafting away now. Grape infused rocky armor. Perfect. Luminous mask. So definitely a lot of like weird combinations you can make. But I would say that our loom works. Let's make some string boots to be sure. I'm pretty sure. Let's double check that the variants are saving correctly. So string boots should now always make string boots. And they should also be instant. So if we click this, okay, we do get string boots immediately. Cool. And wow, we level up crafting so fast. Which we need to fill this out with, once we've decided on the items we want to unlock in the loom, they'll all be here. So it'll look a lot like smithing. Why does that not work? Just showing the recipes. Maybe these should even be images, but for now that'll do. Cool. So, I mean, that actually works really well for the smithing skill. Or the crafting skill. Cool. So maybe let's check that in, and then the next thing that we want to do is let's fix the keyboard shortcuts a little bit. So like when you talk to someone right now, K opens the skills menu, but if I type K here, it opens the skills menu, which is technically fine. Like obviously we shouldn't do that, but at least it doesn't close this window. However, X opens the codex, which does close all windows on the right hand side. So like if I type X here, it closes the chat window. Like obviously we can't have that, but yeah, let's fix that. But first let's check in what we've got. Let's see, got a couple bug fixes in here, but for the most part this is just add a new loom workstation. And how do we want to fix this? So let's see here. What we could do, like the two obvious patterns that I see are, one, we can do like a locking. So when we open an NPC window, we can tell some central service like, hey, we have the focus right now. Don't do any other keyboard inputs. Like, don't allow that to be sent to anywhere else. It's a little bit hard to do because you can't really like interject on those events that are firing. So the inverse of that is like setting a lock flag of like we have some sort of service that says like, is something consuming input right now? And we can have that be true or false. And when we open an NPC window, we can set it to true. When we close the NPC window, we can release it, set it to false. But that allows us to say, like on the keyboard shortcuts code, we can check to see if something else is consuming input right now. If it is, we can ignore all those keyboard shortcuts. If it isn't, we can do the normal things. I think that's fine to do, because there's other things that, like some workstations where you type in, we can just follow the same pattern of like, if you open the prayer window, which is like part of the divinity skill, you'll be typing a prayer. That's also going to be consuming input, so we can just kind of disable all other keyboard input while that's active. We just need to make sure that we're resetting that flag when we close those windows, but we can do that. So best place for that flag to live is like whether input is being like consumed or reserved or something. I'm trying to think of a good name for it, like locked even. We can put that on the player controller. We can put it on like an input service. Trying to remember where we added our code for the keyboard shortcuts. Ah, yes, HUD window manager. Doesn't quite make sense to live there. Could be like a game manager or something, but I think let's go ahead and do just a skeleton of an input service, because we're gonna need to fill this out a little bit more to do like key rebindings and set up the controller layouts and a few other things that we have planned. So I don't mind adding it in a little bit early. So let's go input service. Let's just knock this out real fast so we can actually talk to some NPCs. Input service here. We want to make this a singleton so we can access it anywhere. And we'll make it very simple for now. We just have a public bool is input focused on a consumer, is input focused on or like, is input being stolen? What's the phrase for this? Let's just say, is input focused on should broadcast input, should block input. Is player keyboard open? This should be fine because it also translates well into like when you have the controller input and they want to talk to NPCs, we probably need to show like an on-screen keyboard, which is kind of need to think through that actually, but I mean this works for that too. So if we say false, I don't know that a flag for whether the player is typing in something, and therefore all keyboard shortcuts it's set should be ignored. So what's it gonna suggest here? Is typing? Nah. Is player input locked? Sure, that'll be fine for now. And technically we don't necessarily want this to be a bool because you run the risk of like window 1 locks it and then you also open window 2, like if maybe the inventory could lock it and also an NPC window could lock it, like 2 different windows you can have open. If you open both of them, things would work. Like you'd be able to choose which one you're typing in and it would be locked for either of them. But then when you close, say, window 2, it would actually be unlocked. So if you clicked over to window 1, it'd be open and you could type into it, but the keyboard shortcuts would still be firing. We'd be back in this problem. So to get around that, what people typically do is make this an int, and we'll have a num of input locks active, or active window, num active input blocks. And so here, what you do is when a window registers that block, they increment it. And then when they unblock it, they decrement it, which allows, like, window 1 will add, window 2 will add. When you close window 1, it'll still have more than one block, so things will still be blocked until you also close that second window. So we want a public bool is input blocked, is global input blocked. And that's just going to be whether there's more than one active block. So this is super simple now. What we can do, if we remember where those keyboard shortcuts are, I think they're on the HUD manager, maybe? HUD window manager? Yeah. So for all of these, we can just say if input service dot instance dot is global input blocked, but inverse. So if the input is not blocked, handle these as if they are keyboard shortcuts. But if it is blocked, then you're typing in something. You don't want pressing I to open this window. Makes sense. So that all works. The missing part is we now need to lock things probably when you click into a text input. Because if we look at the Anvil window, or not the Anvil window, an NPC window, for example, like if this isn't focused and you press I, it should probably open your inventory. But if this is focused, then, and you press I, you should just type I, right? We shouldn't be in a case where it's not focused. Like you start talking to someone, if I walk up to this NPC, it opens the window. I read the text and I press I to start typing. Should it just immediately have this focused and be typing in there? It's a good question. We'll do that for now. But let's say NPC window manager. So when we show it, let's throw in a public override void callback after window show, I think is what we want. Yes. So we want to automatically focus this when we open the window. That is our player input open-ended. Focus. Can we do that? No, that doesn't work. Focus the blah. Select. Okay. Oh, we already had. Okay, yeah. We will just move that, combine this. Cool. The other thing we need to do is on this, we need events for when it focuses or blurs, we should lock or unlock the player input. So we'll see if there is events for that. There might actually be. Conversation, talk, player response, open-ended response, message input. So here on select, on deselect, I assume is on focus and blur. Let's double check that. None of this tells me anything. Okay. I mean, it probably works, I would assume. And then we can check reset on deactivation. Let's not do that. Should activate on select. Activate. I don't know what that keyword is, but it seems fine. Probably don't want to allow rich text in that. All right, so on select, what we're gonna do is input service dot block input. So we can do input service dot unblock input, but I'm wondering if we're gonna have an issue. Like, this probably works, but if a player opens this window, selects it, blocks the input, and then like clicks here to close the window or does something to close the window and this on deselect doesn't fire correctly, I wonder if there's going to be some ways where the player is going to just block their input indefinitely, but we will find out. Let's test this because I think that's all we needed to get this working. Let's go ahead and should we test this? Input service. This is public so we can see the number of blocks. Sure, that'll work. Alrighty, so let's check our input window. We have 0 blocks. So if we were to talk to this guy, I'm so fast again. This is way faster than I was like last time we played, right? Huh. Alright, come back here. Solus. I guess maybe that could be the next thing we test or fix, is not being able to raycast onto NPCs correctly. Alright, so here, num active blocks still 0, so that looks incorrect. If we press X, you know, it... Oh, okay. I probably had this focused so it didn't do whatever. So back to 0 when I clicked out, so I could press I now. Okay, so if I click in here, it's 1. I think it's gonna work. This SK blah blah blah. This works. And I click out. I can use them again. Alright, so this looks good. Thank you, Brother Solus. Alright, so that is a nice quick fix for something that was a pretty big pain point. Let's go ahead and like, a lot of these things in town, I feel like they should be right click only. Like wooden planks we shouldn't be harvesting on. The river rocks over there are in the way a lot. Let's go fix those real fast. But first let's Disable keyboard shortcuts when players are typing to an NPC. If there's any other workstations where we need to disable keyboard shortcuts, we can just do that same flow. 704, full releases tomorrow. How does it feel? I hope the full release is not tomorrow. But I am excited. We have our crafting demo out next week. On Wednesday, hopefully, if all goes well. We need to like... Am I still here? Uh-oh. One sec. Don't actually know. Cat stepped on my monitor, or on my computer to turn it off. So let me recover. All of my Chrome windows are gone. Cool, cool, cool. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Everything is so loud. Hold on, hold on. Gotta find out if I'm actually still live. I am. Okay. Mic is on now. Okay, okay. Everything seems fine. We are coming back. So fun fact, the little error that popped up for OBS that said OBS had crashed, OBS had not crashed. It was running just fine until I closed that error, and then OBS crashed. So that's fun. But yes, my cat stepped on my computer's power button, so that's cool. Thank you, Dimitri. We are doing things. I'm sure I was about to do something. But everything I had open is closed, so I think we managed to... Yep. We checked in our fix for disabling the keyboard shortcuts in the game when you're talking to NPCs. We got our loom built, so you can now craft that way. Craft leather-based things. Maybe 704 can use your expert gamer knowledge to let me know what else you might want to craft out of loom. We'll go into the game right now while I catch my breath and figure out what we were doing, because Dimitri be doing that. See if we can get some NPCs to generate some quests, which is what we were using to try and get ideas of things that we were going to do. Right. The other things that I was going to do, I've now remembered. We'll do that in a sec. But let me say, we've got our loom. It functions very similar to the anvil, or will function very similar. So with the smithing skill, you learn more recipes for things that you can craft at the anvil as you level up your smithing skill. So they start pretty simple, buckets and needles and things. You get tools, you get weapons, blah, blah, blah. Same goes with the loom now. So we've got them all here for now, but we'll have a bunch of layers of what you unlock at what level. But the big ones that I really wanted to have is like a mask and gloves. But I'm trying to think of other things that you might want to craft with like leather or fabric or other soft materials. So if there's anything else here that you might want to craft out of loom, clothes is a good generic one, but I want to get a little bit more specific because it's like specific templates that you're unlocking as you level up your smith or your crafting skill. But if you take an Eye of Madness and make a mask out of it, I guess that works too. But mostly we have been working with like hard materials like geodes and rocks and stuff at the anvil. So we kind of needed something that was for softer things as well, and specifically clothes and not weapons and things. So that's what we were working on. While we think on that, what I was going to do when Dimitri stepped on my power button was go adjust the right click option for a lot of things in town. Like these boards over here we keep harvesting on accident because we click on them to move, but they are not set as right-click only interactions. So we want to set that and then apply it so it'll apply to all boards. And we had a couple more things in town, like these river rocks, I think. River rock should also be right-click only. Let's apply that to everything. More river rock, sure. And even more, yes. Let's just jump to the variations here. Right-click, 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 ancient boulder, sure. Right-click and what is this? Oh, we don't use that. Cool. So that should be a little bit nicer going around town. Canvas is also something. I don't know what the use for that be. That's a good idea. I mean, also things that can be made into other things, like these intermediary components. We'll make sure we have those too. So like canvas, maybe like a scroll. Maybe you don't necessarily make a scroll at a loom, but like thread is a good one, or rope. Things of that nature. Like, it's just hard to come up with a bunch of stuff that you might want to craft because it's hard coming up with lists. But we at least have the thing in place now to where we can start adding stuff as we are like playtesting, and we're like, oh man, we could solve this quest if only we could craft a rope, and we can't figure out how to craft a rope through alchemy. So it'd be nice to have the workstation that lets us craft it that way too. Let's double check that all of these things are right click only, because we might jump into a slightly harder bug now, which is a very annoying bug that I'm gonna go look at so I have a sense of how to potentially destroy it, and then we'll try and figure out what the heck is going on. And there might also be one small thing that we can do before jumping into that too. There's a couple things that are like in the way of workstation, so we want to try and switch to ignoring the raycasts in Unity. But so the bug that we're going to try and tackle is one related to movement and interacting. So normally if you click or like hold your mouse, you're going to run around. If you click on a object, you're going to run to it and harvest it. I'm holding my mouse down, so even if I hold my mouse down, I'm just going to run to that object and I'm not going to run anywhere until I let go and then click somewhere else. Then I'll actually go around. So it's a nice little way to like harvest somewhere and then like not accidentally run away from it. But that raycast we fire to your cursor. So here, if I'm standing here, I have my cursor here and I click, we fire a raycast there, and it collides with a ton of things. It doesn't just stop at the first thing it hits. So if you kind of look behind this tree, it's going to collide with the tree, it collides with this shelter, it collides with another tree back there, it collides with the mountain itself, probably collides with the ground as it goes up the mountain. There's a whole list of things that are quote unquote under our cursor. So what we're doing is we're effectively, one, sorting them by distance, which doesn't always work correctly. So we don't need to lean on that entirely, because the distance to an object is actually computed in Unity as the distance to its pivot point or center point. So like this terrain that we're on is a huge object, and our distance to like this point on the terrain is very low, but our distance to the terrain itself is very, very high, because it's going to be the distance to the center point, which is going to be like over there somewhere. So when we sort objects by our distance to them, it doesn't necessarily do what we expect it to do there. So what we're doing instead to kind of improve things is we also sort them by object type. So like the terrain is the lowest priority. If you click on this point here, like it clicks on the tree and the terrain only. Those two objects, we might, if we are standing near the center point of the terrain and in this situation, if we were to click here, the terrain would be closer to us than the tree is. So if we just sorted by our distance to those objects, it would actually start harvesting from the terrain before harvesting from the tree. But since we're prioritizing these objects over the terrain, it lets us harvest from that object and things work as expected. However, the funky bit comes in with NPCs. So when you include them, if we were to click like this, our click intersects with both this NPC and this tree in the background. And we're prioritizing the object the most. So what will happen is if we click here, well, maybe that's a bad example. Maybe it doesn't bug out the same way every time. But normally, if you were to click past the NPC, it's going to try and move you to that point. And usually it'll just work because you pass by the NPC and it'll open up the NPC dialogue in the meantime because you're close enough to it. But if there's an object nearby, we can find a better example elsewhere because he's not near any objects, specifically like left click objects, then it'll try and harvest from that in addition to talking to the NPC. So like here, it'll probably, well, I guess the furnace is a workstation, so it's again slightly different. But like this object on the ground, maybe, I guess we picked it up. See, it doesn't always break, so that's why I haven't fixed it. Is it's kind of hard to replicate, but when it happens, it's really, really annoying. This is probably a good example here. So if we click on this guy, but also this bush, let's get framed correctly. So here, we are hovering over him, but we're also clicking on the bush. We didn't get close enough to him because we immediately went to the bush to harvest because we prioritized the bush over the NPC in this sort of like hierarchy that we do. So basically all that's to say is we need to figure out where this is happening and see if we can prioritize NPCs. It's been a very, very long time since I've looked at this code, so we're going to dive in, see what we can find out. And yeah. We'll see what we can do. But I'm going to just start from the very high level. Like we'll trace through from the player controller itself. Let's kind of frame this to look nicer. I always feel bad when I'm deep in the code and like somebody comes into the stream and it's literally just like code on code on code on stream, usually with like 2 or 3 of these. This looks a little bit nicer. Maybe they'll stick around. All right. So when we click, we are doing handle movement and interaction input, which is together because technically interacting with the terrain is moving to the point you click on. It's the same button for both. That is also an object you can harvest from, etc., etc. So if we do a fresh mouse press, here is where we are firing off our raycast at our cursor's point. And then here is where we are looking for interactables to interact with. And I guess we're only sorting by distance right now, which I explained earlier why that's wrong. Maybe we'll fix that. If they're clicking on software and game development, they should expect there to be code. That's fair, that's fair. Maybe I'll make it a little bit bigger code. So here, for every object that we hit, we try and see if it has a generic interactable entity script on it, which is the parent script to interactable world objects, interactable objects, or like items on the ground, interactable NPCs, I think. Let's double check that. go ahead and close all but this. Generic interactable NPC. So that's also an entity. We have a generic interactable player, which also inherits from it. So like the inverse can happen. NPCs can see the player and go interact with them. What am I missing? Panel triggers. Generic interactable panel trigger. Also an entity. Those are going to be our workstations, things that when you interact with them, they open up like UI windows effectively. So we're sorting everything that we overlap with by distance to it. And then we check to see if it has some script on it that we can interact with. If it doesn't, I think this might be our issue. We check specifically to see if it is an object that we can interact with. If it isn't, then we check to see if it is an item we can pick up. We never check to see if it's an NPC. So how are we actually interacting with NPCs then? Because if we don't find anything at all, then we just move to the point that we've clicked at. How the heck do we actually interact with NPCs if this is working this way? Huh. Well, that's strange, but the two things that we probably can do to fix this, well, it's probably, there's one thing we need to do to fix it. A couple different ways we can do it. We probably need to either iterate through all these different children of generic interactable entity, and that's where we would order like the priorities of finding them, although they would still be sorted by distance. That doesn't necessarily prioritize them. But alternatively, there might be a way to do like get component for a generic interactable entity, and hopefully it returns the children. I feel like I looked this up before and it didn't. But let me just do a quick little... Did I close Discord too? Dimitri. We've got our Unity sages on Discord. Let me ask them if get component will get children. Just kidnap those children. Will get component parent class also return components that inherit from parent class, like a class, child class, parent class. Sure, that'll be just fine. I'm pretty sure it'll say no, and that's why we do this funkiness. But if it says yes, that would be great. It will indeed return components that inherit from it. Oh. Get component T. Sure. Okay. Well, that's nice. That makes our code less hacky and should fix the bug, hopefully. So we will trust but verify. But that should allow us to just say get our generic interactable entity. Kill that because it now gets all types, including the ones that we weren't looking at, workstations and NPCs. And then if it finds one, then we can break out early. Sorry, I can't legally give advice on that. You can't give advice on kidnapping? That's what LLMs are for. Don't quote me on that, though. So here, let's put a little breakpoint in. Actually, let's put it... yeah, we'll put one here. So we want to make sure that we're getting to this code first when we hit this breakpoint. And then we'll take that breakpoint out. And then we want to make sure that something is at least returning there. So let's go in, see if we can trigger this. We did just have difficulty replicating the issue, but maybe we can do it anyway. That's what LLMs are for? No way, I never said that. You can't prove a thing. Alright, so we have a bunch of other breakpoints that I was testing with, so we'll probably get through each of them. This is in the NPC brain for handling actions, sure. We'll just disable them as we go because this should all be fixed and tested now. Dimitri, if you step on my power button once more, he's thinking about it. My computer is nice and warm from running Unity as expected. So he loves sleeping on top of it. Let's keep continuing on through, just removing these. These are all just as a reminder for anyone. NPCs in our game have big brains and they use LLMs to look at everything around them and decide what they want to do from moment to moment. Like go and look at things or interact with things or sit down on the ground, etc., etc. So we did get here. Cool. So we didn't actually click anything yet, I don't think. So, oh, we did click the ground. Okay. So let's do this. So let's do a simple example here. Did we... Okay. Somebody's sitting down. We had a breakpoint for that too, apparently. So here, when we click here, we're going to collide with two things, the tree and the ground. We should have 2 hits here. One of them is the tree. One of them is the ground. They've already been sorted by distance. So when we go fetch this, this does include child objects, which is awesome. And now we find one. We no longer have to work through this for loop anymore. Is that right? That's probably wrong. That's probably why we have this bug. So that means, let's see if we can set this up. Let's get rid of this so I can at least walk around. Right. Okay, we'll get rid of both for now. So if we have an NPC and an object that we are clicking on both, and the NPC is in front of the object, we want to interact with the NPC. If the NPC is behind the object, we probably still want to interact with the NPC, right? Or do we want to interact with the object? Where's a good left click object that we can test this on? Like this bush, maybe. So here, the NPC is in front of the object. I would expect to interact with the NPC, but I think this bug makes it so we interact with the bush. But apparently we're just interacting with the NPC. So if we turn this around, interact with both, that interacts with, wait, okay, we just didn't have the collider. If we interact with the bush, okay, it's still a bush, and we're not interacting with both. It sure feels like everything is working, but I know that I've seen this bug so many times over the last week. And every time I try and replicate it, I can't figure out what's going on. But like, wait, what did she say? A boulder has fallen onto his prize sculpture. Huh. I mean, things might be fixed, and maybe even the quick fix that we did, like, I don't know how we were even interacting with NPCs with that, not including them. But maybe that should help. So here, that'll interact with the bush, not the NPC. That'll interact with the NPC, not the bush. That looks like the bug, but I'm pretty sure we were researching already. So that's a separate bug. Yeah. I guess we could change our animation for when we start talking to people. We don't need to do the fishing animation anymore now that we have real animations. Oh, he finally sat down. Okay, he does look great as a floor person. A little bit derpy. Probably need a shorter exit time on standing up. All right, things seem working. We do have another bug we could dig into of like when you start researching something. So if I do an interaction we don't have. So if I use a shovel on this, we don't know what we get. So when we go over there, we'll start researching. If I click out and like go do other things, interrupt that, it'll interrupt the UI of researching, but I'm pretty sure the coroutine in the background continues running. And then when it finally finishes all the LLM generations and stuff, it'll automatically try to start harvesting that new thing as if we were still there actively researching. So we need to like interrupt that research. So if I exit out of that, the researching is being done in the background now, and now it's harvesting. The normal cases like this where it just immediately goes into harvesting. So we need to actually interrupt that coroutine. We can fix that. Pressed love petals. Yeah, there's going to be some cool stuff for when we can make potions too. And maybe we can start thinking about like what sort of workstation of that pattern of like the anvil or the loom. How can we do that for potions as well? Or maybe we want to do a different style of workstation. Like with the anvil, you're learning new recipes, but maybe that doesn't necessarily work for potions. We do have the big cauldron that the witch has. We could turn that into a workstation where maybe you like put in 5 or 6 items and then like swirl it up and it makes a potion based on basically combining all of those. We could do something like that. I don't know like logically how we want it to work, but technically that would work. Why can't I click on her? So we'll probably do the cauldron for potion making. We just need to think through, and if anybody has any ideas for like, there's kind of 2 ways to go about it of like, there's the directed crafting of like, I want to make a potion of fire resistance. And so you have the cauldron. Maybe you're going out and collecting a bunch of stuff related to fire and you put all that in and you are unsure whether you're going to get like a fire resistance potion or like a potion where you drink it and you get engulfed in flames. Like I'm not sure which direction we want to go there. Or you have the more discovery approach of like you just put in a bunch of stuff and see what you get. Like either of those seem pretty valid. We just need to decide like how we want the logic of converting love petal flowers, bush, love petal, cherry blossom and growth potion into a cauldron. Like, how does that convert into a potion? Both in like a somewhat expected way where you might be able to do that first approach of like, I'm trying to make a specific potion, so I put these in, or more random of like, if you don't have an output in mind and you put these in, it should give something that you're like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's kind of the goal with the crafting workstations. Let me look at this witch real fast because I'm not sure she has colliders to talk to her. NPCs. And this guy as well. He does have a collider. Is it not moving with him or something? Where'd our witch go? Witch. She also has a collider. Huh. Yet no NPC has a persona, has a brain. Not sure why. They are all just lining up to talk to me now. Oh. I think I added in sneaking. I can't remember how to trigger it, but it excludes you from things NPCs can see, so they won't talk to you as much, which is the dream. I am noticing shift is not working though, which I'm pretty sure was sneaking. Also seeing a lot of these is sneaking. Is our animator not? Quick detour. Here, player animation controller, animator. Do we not have? Oh, it got deleted. Is that a merge conflict of some sort? Huh. Do we still have sneaking? Oh. Huh. Well, that's suspicious because my substate machine is also gone. Huh. I'll have to dig through Git and see what commit that went away in. We'll need to recover that, but not going to do that right now. A few other things that I wanted to do. This guy, I mentioned earlier, we use Unity's on-mouse enter and on-mouse exit events for like hovering over NPCs. However, they get messed up when you're inside other colliders. So like this guy, if he's inside here, inside this guy's collider, even though it's transparent, if you mouse over this guy in Unity just using their default events, you're not ever going to fire his on-mouse enter because this tense collider is on the outside. So I'm pretty sure we can get around that by turning these to the ignore raycast layer. We need to test that real fast because this is like how Unity implements stuff. This is not code that I wrote, so I don't necessarily know the logic as well. But we put him inside. Let's go see if that actually works because there's a few other places in town that we need to switch things to ignore raycast if it does work. But he's at the front. Cool. Yeah, my new jump animations are also gone. Huh. Well, it works, but the tent is gone. I'm wondering, do we not render ignore raycast with the camera? Occlusion culling. Yeah, we probably want that inside. So here, okay, it does work as expected. Cool. Oh boy, oh boy. Hey Kieran. Oh my goodness. Congratulations on getting the fake first. My cat stepped on my power button earlier, so we had to restart the stream, but welcome on in. Congratulations on the first. Thank you for the hydrate. We are fixing bugs. We are trying to put out our demo, crafting demo next week on Wednesday. If all goes well with like Steam's approval process and other like logistical things. But in the meantime, we are bug fixing. We're adding a little bit more. We're working a little bit more on the crafting stations. And we're vibing, and we are diminishing Kieran's achievements. So welcome on in. Congratulations on the regular first for this stream. Well, I'm glad that worked. We do still want to pull him out. We just pushed him in to be able to test it. But specifically, the other thing that gets in the way all the time is this freaking structure, which is actually a huge thing that like disappears when you get close, so it doesn't block the camera. However, it does block raycasts like everywhere, so let's go ahead and nix that too. Alright, that should be a nice fix. The other quick thing I want to do, I originally did like capsule colliders on all these trees for performance reasons instead of mesh colliders, but they're such a pain to like click here and you accidentally harvest from the tree. I think I'm going to go ahead and just say specs might need to be slightly higher. Let's do a proper mesh collider and see if we can get like those ghost collisions with things a little bit under control. We can test with this guy. But we'll jump in, we'll test that. I think the raycast thing should be fixed. We just fixed keyboard shortcuts. We added the Loom workstation. We're still looking for more items to add to the Loom workstation in the window manager. So anything else y'all want to be able to craft at a Loom, hit me up with that. We will add more. We're going to sort them into like what you unlock at each level and stuff later. We're just adding them all in now. I want to... Just testing this because we might need a slightly bigger interaction range for this because it's so big and the collider is a different shape now. If we were to do like, well, let's keep it 1 and then replicate what we were looking for. So here, like the furthest out point is where we navigate to, and then we check to see if we're close enough to interact with this object. We probably should be checking if we're close enough to like the outermost edge. Let's see if we can do that instead. We gotta be able to make some fruit at the Loom. That is a good call, good call. Almost as good of a call as ribbon, which is a great call. Let's have that in as well. That's a good one to have. Let's look at this. So when maybe we want to start here. Because when we interact with something, we first check to see if we're close enough to interact with it. If we are, we interact with it. If we aren't, we move to it. And that code is probably where we're determining what point to move to. And right now, we're probably moving to either the clicked point or the closest hitbox point of that object, which either one is fine, but we need to be doing that same logic in the next bit of code where we are determining if we're close enough to interact or not. So no interactable, non-ground interactable. So here, destination marker, sure. Trigger interaction from player input. So here is where we are checking to see if we are close enough to the collider edge to interact, which we are apparently are not using this stat. So let's add that in real fast so those items do something. If we are further away than that combined range, we set it as a destination to interact with and then go interact with it. Which makes sense. If we are close enough, we just immediately interact with it. Both of these should probably be using this distance to destination collider edge, right? This uses closest point along collider edge, which I think is probably going to be different. This looks more correct. Let's see what the other one looks like. Oh, it's up here. Okay. Cool. Distance to collider edge. Oh, it literally just uses this. Okay. So they're both fine. Maybe it's not a big issue. Surely it is though. Like, if you want to interact with this tree, you click it, and you go there and you don't interact. That's bad. So why aren't we interacting when we get there? We set a destination to interact with. We are not jumping, so we go down, we queue it up as something to interact with, we calculate the closest point to it, and then... Oh. Well, that seems hacky. We calculate a point just slightly further past so we can navigate there. I think... Let's just navigate to that closest point. Don't necessarily need to do this, and then we can increase like the threshold of are you this close to it. So if we do this, we have a queued interaction with object, which is where we handle here, and this is every update we check to see if we are close enough to whatever we're queued to interact with. If we are, we start interacting. If we aren't, we do nothing. So here we use the same collider edge calculation. That's correct. We get some extra harvest range. Put that in. Yes, that's correct. So if we are close enough, we could add a little bit of fuzziness here of like, you can be 0.1 away or something because there's going to be some stopping distance on the nav mesh agent. I like that better than like calculating a 0.1 distance further and trying to navigate there, because that's probably going to be a point in the object and you're probably not going to get inside the object any more than just navigating to the object. So let's say float extra stopping distance padding is just like 0.2. This is only for things that like you're actively moving to start interacting with. So we can just take some of this off the distance. Maybe it makes more logical sense to just add it on as like extra harvest range. So that'll start interacting, it'll clear that out, it'll stop you moving, everything's fine. Cool. So let's jump out and do that same test with this tree, I guess. See if it actually interacts. Easy peasy. Just realized, Dimitri, I just realized when you turned off the computer, Spotify also closed. Ripperonis. Let's get some music going too. I heard that. Oh, hydrate. Thank you so much. I need it. That's good. And also, as a friendly reminder to anybody who streams, private session right here won't destroy your private or your Spotify Wrapped. Would recommend. Let's go. Let's load into this game while I find some music. World of Warcraft, but it's lo-fi beats. It'd probably be fun if I'd ever played World of Warcraft. Let's do this guy. Alright, so what we're doing in here is we're just gonna be further away than we can harvest from this tree. We click on the tree. We should run to the tree and start harvesting. We don't. So we can get a little bit closer, not too much closer, but alternatively, like things we can do. Is this the right tree? Yeah, it is. We can also just increase like the interaction range for all of those trees in general to prevent this, which is what I've mostly done with rocks and things. But apparently that's not working. Oh, well. Maybe we just need to increase it by more. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, we'll just do that. That's probably, because it basically just sets a radius around the tree that you can harvest in. So if we make a nice tight radius there, should work. And it also works if we like come at the tree from closer points. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, Nameless. Welcome on in. I saw you were streaming earlier. I was also streaming, so I couldn't necessarily watch, but how did that go? Good to see you. We're coding away, fixing bugs. Things are looking good. Trying to prepare for a demo next week. Let me adjust all these maple trees real fast. I probably just want to do like a pass over all the objects in the game and make sure they have the right interaction ranges set. Probably do that as just like grunt work next week before the demo. I don't necessarily want to go through all those on stream, but at least that works. So things are looking better. Let's go into the game. Maybe we can get some quests generating and see what's going on. He's trying to prepare for a demo that comes out in 5 minutes. This reminds me of like the dreams that everyone has, right? Where you're presenting presentations in about 5 minutes and you forgot to write it. So thanks for that, Seven. It was good. I made it so that I can move with the player staying in the center. Oh, nice. So like having the camera follow the player around. Remind me again what kind of game you're building. Tell for people in chat too. Is it a platformer? I feel like everyone's making a platformer. I mean, they aren't actually, but I feel like I've guessed that everyone is making a platformer. Nice. I would never have that kind of dream because of my fucking we ball mentality. You know, I appreciate that. I dreamed for like 6 years after graduating from college that I still had one class left and that I needed to go back and do a presentation in that class in order to pass it and get my degree. And I finally just like requested a copy of my degree from the college so I could be confident that no, that's not real. But that's wild. All right, so one thing I'm noticing here is when an NPC is standing on an item on the ground, you can't really pick up that item because it would normally be a left click. And we don't expose that item to the right click menu because it's just objects that you interact with. So that might be fine. That's probably fine and not a big thing to fix. But I am noticing that. One thing that we could do is more like tutorial windows. We need to do those too. If I just want to like vibe and turn my brain off and do some of those. We could... I forgot that we already built the oven. 704 might appreciate there being an oven in this game because you of the food hot when it's in. It's a top-down RPG puzzle in 2D and Pygame. Right. I was going to switch to Godot, but now keeping it in Pygame. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I was just looking at potentially doing something small in Godot the other day, and I decided that I would stick to Unity for it. But that's super cool. I think Pygame, lots of people use it for some cool stuff, so I'm excited to see where it goes. I'll definitely check out your next stream too and see how it's going. Seven says she still has dreams where I'm trying to get to my high school classes, but I don't know where they are or what order they're in. So I keep having to check my phone and log into the crappy school apps to find that info during... Yeah, that's rough too. School really does a number on us. You can oven the cold food, eat the food. Exactly, yes. Actually, I can take that right there, and I'll go ahead and replace this text here with "you can oven the cold food, eat the food" later. But fun fact, this lets you put in an item and cook it, as one might expect. Unless everything breaks. Item name of null. Interesting. Okay, well, turns out that's not correct. Item is all null, so we didn't get an item. We're adding this item to the item database. Oh, yikes. So the bug is way higher up. All right, well, we will... let's take a look at that oven. We can get that fixed. It was working last week, but I noticed we lost a little bit of code in like the animator, and so I'm wondering if we had some sort of merge conflict that may have clobbered a few things in like the world file, which is where merge conflicts are the worst. Have I played Roblox? I have not played Roblox. The old man in me wants to say, that's like Minecraft, right? I have played Minecraft, but I have not played Roblox, nor have I think, seen anybody play Roblox other than the occasional, like, TikTok video of people terrorizing people in Roblox. It kind of feels like VR chat, but blocky. And not VR, I guess. Is that a good analogy for Roblox? I think people can like make their own maps or games or something in it, or some sort of rudimentary programming maybe. So it seems interesting. I just never have. Let's go ahead and check these things in. Fix colliders and loom bugs. Hurrah, great commit messages. Okay, I got to do my final D&D session prep, so I'll see you later. I know the demo's going to be a blast. Best of luck. Excellent. Thank you so much. Good luck in D&D. Excited to watch you play the demo, too. I will see you soon. What did I just say that I would be doing next? I have forgotten. Right, the oven workstation. Let's make sure all these references are set correctly. Generic interactable panel trigger. Because, I wonder if the prompt was the issue. Where's our logic? Oven window manager. This guy. Let's trace through here. Let's see what we get. Because I just want to... I'll bake some things, and we'll just make sure it runs through once. Okay, we'll go in. Final modifying prep. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, good luck with that, too. Good luck preparing for it as well. You were the same. Didn't know much about Roblox till 4 days ago. I got addicted to shitting on kids in Roblox. Literatively or figuratively, because I would believe both in what I've seen in Roblox. You would love it, I reckon. I just about might. It's one of those games that I'm like, I probably would enjoy that, but at what cost? Do I really want to get addicted to another game? Do I want to just get on a game and terrorize more kids? I have Dota for that. Um, Maybe I'll check it out though if you post any videos or something. It's like COD but runs good. Are you gonna stream it at all, Kieran? Because I could see it that way. Okay, we got a old trigger. This guy is looking at his oven, so they point, obviously. All right, so let's bake some bread. This runs through. We have an item. We got an item. We don't have an existing recipe for what that item produces, so we insert that item into this prompt, which we can visualize this way. Here, there's our system prompt, looks good. Here is our user prompt, which should just have our bread data. Yes, although there's a lot of stuff we probably don't necessarily need to be serializing. So let me just temporarily go look at the item class. Serialize if not null. Oh, yeah, I guess we need to serialize if like not 0. Also, flag for those. Although this is serializing even though damage type is null, so maybe it's not even working. Oh, it doesn't even do anything. Okay, okay. To do also serialize if not 0. We'll do that later. All right, so here we have our prompt that looks correct. When it's done, we will call on item cooked. So we need to set a breakpoint there. Let's jump forward until it's done. So now we have our item, which is null. Okay. New item name is toast. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, it's null because we don't already have an item named toast in the game. So what happens is we create a new item with the name toast. So on new item created, that's our callback when that's done. So let's jump forward. Okay, that's created. We now have an item called toast, consumable, doesn't have any effects, has an image, etc., etc. But we need to fill out that item more. So when that's done, we call on new item filled out. So let's set a breakpoint there as well. We're just going to continue tracing through. We'll continue on until that's done. Okay, so we now have our item. Still toast, consumable, has some value now. Doesn't have any effects, but that's okay. So if we add item is what errored before. So let's even jump into that real fast. Not that way. So here, item name is still set. Okay. Could have been a network issue, I guess, if we got nothing back. We probably want to have like a if item is equal to null or item name is string dot is null or empty item name. Do a little error handling here. Okay, and we'll just set a breakpoint there in case we ever hit it, and then we can trace back up the stack. Oh yeah, it's like my favorite game now. Dang, there's different games inside of it, but the COD one is so fun. Oh, you actually can play like COD. I thought you were just comparing it to like a game like COD that happens to also run good. Wow. So it's more violent than I expected for a game that I've only heard is targeted at kids. I mean, I know Minecraft is described as targeted at kids, so I mean nothing by that, but it's a lot more violent than I expected for one that you hear about being for kids. I'm about to download it and absolutely smear 9-year-olds on Squid Games. Okay, okay. Um, First one of you to stream it, I'll watch. I mean, maybe I'll check it out. I'll watch some videos. I feel like this whole week I'm coding away. Next week I'm probably coding away, and then we put out the demo, and I'll probably be bug fixing away. But then maybe I'll have some time that currently is dedicated to like Pal World and Path of Exile. So I'm pretty saturated in the games, but good to have on the list. I made a kid cry because he thought I was hacking. That sounds like my kind of game. That's peak gaming right there. Let's continue to toast our toast. So we put our toast back in the oven. We press cook. Do we get an error, or do we get toasted toast? Burnt toast, maybe. Let's just double check our item while we're here. We got burnt toast. Sure. Let's continue on. All right, so we now get burnt toast. Notice we don't get XP cooking in the oven. We can add that in real fast, but let's continue this and see if we can just like burn our toast to ashes. Sorry I can't stay long. Gotta have some dinner. Good luck with the game. No worries at all. Thanks for stopping in, Nameless. I'll catch your next stream as well. Always good to see you. And Human himself. I thought you were gone forever. I missed a couple of your streams. Oh boy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just assumed you were like off traveling or something because I haven't seen you streaming in like a week. Thank you for the sub for 5 months. That's crazy. Much appreciated. I've been trying to catch your streams, but where you been? What you been up to? You changed your schedule a bit. Okay. So I need to find one that's closer to my time periods, probably. I'm also thinking about changing my schedule a little bit in like maybe a week or two. I'll probably move this stream earlier and probably start another streaming day. But you moving your stream 5 hours earlier is probably a little bit harder for me to catch because I think your old one I would wake up and catch. So you might be done by the time I wake up, but I'll check out your schedule and see what I can find. We burnt our toast to charcoal at this point. Let's cook it again. But yeah, that's exciting though. Also, congratulations again on the big news, the going full time on game dev. I knew the streaming schedule would change a little bit with that, but I'll try and catch you where I can for sure. But I think this is now working. So that's exciting. We got this working again. Oven works again. Let's go ahead and add some XP drops to the oven. Why not? So if we go here, that's where we would drop in XP for when the item is done. Let's just grab that code off the Anvil window manager though. XP per, there we go. Oh, that's also wrong. But yeah, I was trying something out. How have I been doing? I've been doing good. New Year's has been simultaneously like really cozy and relaxing, but also I've been doing so much. Lots of work for this demo, which we're trying to put out next week. Hope it actually runs on everyone's computers. I have jury duty tomorrow, so that's a whole thing I've been trying to figure out and sort out. And like, they tell me after this stream today if I report tomorrow. So if I do, I need to go cancel a bunch of like meetings and stuff because they don't give more than 24 hours notice. But if I don't have jury duty, then I can do stuff. I've also been like, you might appreciate you might appreciate like trying to do a little bit more working out, being active, not going to a gym or anything, but staying healthy. Like reading more, cleaning the house. Like it's New Year's, trying to do all those things that everybody wants to do every New Year's, but at the same time also just trying to grindstone down this code, this demo. We've made a lot of progress in the last week or so. This isn't the player here, but we have a new player model, which looks a lot nicer. We've got animations on all the NPCs. We've got new crafting workstations. We've got new items. We've got new NPCs as well. Lots and lots of stuff. I'm mostly, after this stream, going to switch back to like bug fixes, but I also need to do like sound design, probably spend at least a few days on that. But we're getting there. I hope it'll be all good. Jury duty, yes. I don't know if you do jury duty on that side of the pond. I've never actually been called for jury duty. Like they send you the letter, the notice. Probably shouldn't flash mine on stream. But they basically say like, show up at this time on this day, and then we'll let you know if you stay there or not for a trial. And I've had jury duty summons like 3 or 4 times, and I've never actually done a trial. So I'm kind of interested, like excited to try it out and see what it's like. But at the same time, it's so logistically like painful, both for like I have meetings that I have tomorrow and the next day that I don't know if I need to cancel yet because I can't get the information of whether or not I'll actually be needed until like the night before. But also it starts at 7:45 a.m. and it's like an hour transit there in the morning, and I am not a morning person, so kind of hoping that they don't call me for that reason. And there's like stages of like, they might tell you the night before you don't need to come in. You might come in and then they tell you they don't need you. So it's a whole thing, but it'd be interesting to see. So I'm not like mad about it or anything. Could be fun. Jury Duty. I love that show. I haven't seen that show. I almost put it on last night actually. But I've heard it's good. I need to try it. I need to check it out sometime. It reminds me a little bit of, oh man, what's that like really mind-bending show? The Practice, who was that? Nathan Fielder's new show, I think. I loved that new show. It kind of gives me vibes of that with jury duty commercials that I've seen, but maybe less mind-bending, more comedy. Do you get paid to be the judge? I wish. They say they reimburse your gas. We'll see what they reimburse if I ride the bus there. And then it's U.S. law that your company needs to reimburse some amount of money for missing work that day. However, my company is me, so I don't really get paid that way. So it is what it is. Sounds very confusing. It is very confusing. And there's like, it's just so like bureaucratic of like, in order to find out if I show tomorrow, I have an ID number that I go to a website. It gives me a number. I call that number. I get a recording. I give them the ID number, and then I go to like a website and they tell you like, it's such roundabout ways. I was traveling like a month ago, and they sent me a notice in the mail, and I got a email of like, hey, you're getting this. And the notice says like, you have 3 days to respond. I'm like, I'm not even going to be home. So I had to email them and be like, hey, I don't know what this notice is. How do I respond to it if I'm not there? And they were helpful, but it's just such a, like, I've been trying to figure out this jury duty. I got the original summons like November, and I had to reschedule, and this was the next available day that I wasn't super busy. And it's a lot of stuff. But yes, all that to say was New Year's has been kind of crazy and busy, but we're vibing now. It's fun to write code, so that's fun. If you say you're racist in Discovery, they will excuse you. I've heard if you ask about the magic word of jury nullification, you hear that, courts? What I just said on stream? They will also excuse you. So, hello, FBI agent. Please tell me I don't need to wake up at 6 o'clock to take a bus. Yes, let's write some code. In this anvil, we apply smithing XP every time you use it. We can just steal that code, do the exact same thing over here with cooking XP. Wow. And we will just give it an amount, I guess. Let's say public XP awarded per item cooked, and we will say maybe 25, because numbers don't matter and we can change them later. And we show the little pop-ups, we redraw the window, and now you should get XP when you use the oven. Doesn't do anything to level up cooking yet, but it will. Speaking of leveling things up, well, I've got all of the big brains in chat. One thing that we're trying to figure out this stream is the loom crafting workstation. We have the anvil, which currently is mostly done. You learn new recipes as you level up your smithing. So like level 1, you can craft these at the anvil. Level 2, you can also craft these at the anvil, or level 3. Level 5, you can also craft these at the anvil. So you're learning these templates to craft like with blacksmithing as you level up. We're doing something very similar with the loom. We're just sticking them all in for now, just to get a list of items that you'll be able to craft at the loom. And we'll sort them into categories and like what level you get each at later. But if anybody has any suggestions for like fabrics or like clothes or like other things that you might craft at a loom, or things like rope and string and other things like that, please throw them in chat so I can have some more examples here, because I don't know what else that we can craft here. Like a towel, we could. Like anything's valid here. We'll sort them out later. We'll put them in groups. We'll take some stuff out. We can say blanket and curtains. Sure. Maybe even a pillowcase. So anything you want to throw in here, we will just craft them up. Each of these will take a material. So if you bring like leather deer hide and click on rope, I guess you'll get deer hide rope. More realistically, maybe like you click gloves or something and craft that deer hide into gloves. But that's one of the big workstation that we're working on stream. It's for crafting. You can't really do much else with crafting right now. So we're just like adding in a bunch of stuff that you unlock as you level it up. Big drink. Every time I stream, I start at the perfect time where the sun starts at one side of my window and is in my eyes until I pull the curtain. And we've reached the point where it's halfway across the window. I got to pull this curtain back and pull in the other curtain now. Or else I can't see a thing. All right, so things are looking good. Workstation's in town. Anvil's looking good. We got our sharpening wheel working last week as well, so you can sharpen items, which is a great way to make weapons. We still have our furnace, which is more for like enchanting and stuff. We now have our oven. I guess we can make sure that like all these give XP, but I can do that off stream. We've got our crusher up in the mining area, which will let you like break items, crush items to various levels of granularity, like dust versus little rocks. We've got our loom now. So we probably do want to make this like cauldron for making potions. Maybe that's something that I can do next week right before the demo, or maybe it's something I want to do off stream, but I'm not yet sure how we want that logic to work out. Like I know we'll want to have the player put in a bunch of items, and then that creates a stew that they can like collect potions from. But I don't know yet how we want to handle the logic of like, you put in 5 or 6 items, how do those items translate to a specific potion quite yet? If anybody has ideas on that too, feel free to hit me. But it might just be something that we play with in the LLM and see if like we can get something that works out. Because we have a bunch of like dropped items here of like this is dragon wart and eye of newt and beetle's blood and unicorn tear, things like that that obviously make potions, but you don't necessarily have like that gut feeling of what kind of potion does dragon wort make. Maybe it makes like fire resistance potion. Like we want to use crafting stations as a way to let players like intentionally craft things. So we don't want it to be like just put in a bunch of stuff and you get a random thing out. We want to be like, oh, I want this specific thing, so I'll put in these items to probably get it. So there's a little bit of thinking left on how we want to do that cauldron. Yeah, I mean, things are looking good. One thing I want to do with these wandering traders is they'll do 2 different things. One, we're going to have a like puppeteer class that has points of interest throughout the world where like this guy will have one action that his brain is hooked on, where he walks from town to town, like this town to, you can't even see it over there. There's another town over here. So he'll walk back and forth between them. Eventually we'll add in an action that lets NPCs trade with each other. So that'll be like a big way that he'll get new items for the player to like buy off of him. But what I want to do as him is just like a specific wandering trader, and we've got a couple others out in the world. We're going to write a little script that just every so often picks a random item that the player has discovered and adds it to their inventory. So every so often maybe they'll be able to trade in with these guys and find items that maybe are new, maybe they saw a long time ago and they don't know how to get more of. Like, it's a nice little way to have extra access to these items that we necessarily might not always have ways to get more of them. So we can add that real fast. Seems pretty straightforward. Yeah, we want to set it up to like do it every day, but I think for now we can just say like public float time between inventory updates, and then public float time until next update. Sure. We'll do a short update at first, just so we can test it really easily without sitting here for 60 seconds. And so we will say that's actually just boilerplate. Sure. Don't need that base update though. Do need an update inventory, and that's where we'll grab a random item. Wait, what is autonomous inventory manager? I probably tried abstracting out things a little bit early. It's been almost 3 months since I last edited this. This is fine. Add item to inventory. We'll just use that. It's not that much different, I guess. So it just basically exposes the inventory off the persona. Yeah, we can, that's fine. So here, all we're gonna do is get a random discovered item from item database, which I don't think we have a helper for. We just have a hash set, so we can grab something off it, but maybe we should add something like that. Retrieving items. Random items of value. Random discovered items. Sure. Yeah, we can get a few of them. So here, let's say list item, items to stock. This guy will get 3 items. And then for each item, blah, 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 add them to inventory. So that should be just fine. And that'll happen every 10 seconds, which is public now, so we can see it in the editor, so we can count down and then like see his inventory change. Let's see if that works, because it just might. I can't remember if discovered items, we probably need to do some like some quick crafting at first to discover a few items, because I don't think we pre-populated any discovered items when you first load in the game. Maybe we should though. Let's see what we got though. Alrighty, playing a game, having a great time. Maybe this will give us some time to let some NPCs generate quests too, and we can again try and brainstorm some solutions and see how we would craft those items. Alrighty, let's craft a few items. Let's harvest from a tree while we craft. Why not? Free items. Pulley and a pickaxe. What do you get? Nobody knows. Maple sap and a geode. I bet we'll get something cool. Mechanical pickaxe. Alright. I don't actually remember if we fixed harvest speed, but let's see, this is going about that fast. Is this faster? I mean, I guess it gives a new item. It looks faster, right? Can't tell if it's actually faster. Whoa, 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 you're a ninja now? Oh yeah, we put in a new character model this last week. He's got some transparency in his hair. Yeah, we've done a lot this last week. We also animated all the NPCs so they can, that's kind of cool. They can, like, point at things, they can sit down, they can stare at stuff. This guy is always just staring at walls and sitting cross-legged, our resident monk. But, yeah, we swapped in the character model because everything else has been heavily improved since we first started developing the 3D world, except the character model, which is very placeholder originally, very low poly. He also has a couple more pieces of clothes that we turn on. Maybe we can do that next. When you equip each, like something in each of these slots, it toggles on, or it will toggle on some more clothes. Let me turn those on so you can see how cool he looks. I think he looks pretty derpy right now. This guy, so belt slot, which I'm just now realizing maybe we bind that to accessory. Gloves. We also don't have a glove slot. I didn't think this through, but these are the pieces we turn on. So he looks cooler, I would say, with this full outfit. We're not obviously going to do like each item has its own aesthetics for now, but it's kind of nice to have some pieces that you can toggle on or off to give that like visual progression of becoming a cooler character. And I added a whole bunch of new animations on the player controller, but something went wrong with, I think, a git merge or something, because my animator is not what it was a few commits ago. But he does look cool now. Thank you. I'm glad it was a noticeable thing. Wait, where did our tent go? Okay, we'll check that in a sec. But this guy should have a quest for us, which we can look at, and also hopefully have some items added to his inventory. Let's see. Every time he attempts to close a deal, he uncontrollably speaks in rhymes. So yeah, probably some sort of potion for that. Gotta figure out what's what. But can't actually tell if any of these have been added to his inventory. I guess we can come back. So let's see where he's at. What's up, everyone? Just sent you a message in Discord. Okay, I'll check it in a sec. Let's see. Where's this guy? So time until, oh, did we not actually trigger this originally? Update. If logically. So if we have updated, then, or if there's still time until we update, we subtract that. Otherwise we do this. Why isn't this firing? Update inventory. Time until next 0. Oh, I guess equals to 0, sure. Alright, that's fine. Alright, let me check this Discord. Oh. Yeah, cool. Alright, and yes, this guy is ignore raycast. I wonder if our camera is excluding that. Let's double check that. I changed it earlier, but I wonder if I did it while we were in play mode. Yeah, we need to include ignore raycast. Not get cold. Okay, so let's see if this guy adds items to his inventory. Hopefully. Alright, so he tried to before we had discovered any. So a quick little error handling bug to work through there. But we can run away from him so his brain is turned off, and then we can discover some. Or I guess that's not tied to his brain because it's just a separate script. We'll just do some quick crafting and then he can add some stuff. Shrink grape. Perfect. Just what we needed to craft. In fact, I'll even drink it. Or eat it, I guess. We are so tiny now. Tiny little ninja. An elixir of diminished harvest? Okay. Sure. Growth potion and harvester potion. What do we get with that? Nobody knows. A giant harvester potion. Looks pretty cool. How about a lemon and an eye of madness? We have discovered a few things, so... Oh, okay. Side note, we finally triggered this error we've been trying to reproduce for a while. We found an item data JSON blob returned from the LLM that is invalid to parse into an item. So we can finally look and see what this looks like that is causing this error. Let's visualize it as JSON though. Okay, this looks fine. I have clarity. Item type 4, which should be a valid item type. Rarity 4, sure. Effects. Perception. That's not a stat, I don't think. I wonder if that's the issue. So, before we jump back to that trader, while we have this trace, I want to figure out what's going on with this. Because we do have this JSON serializer settings set up to ignore members that are invalid, but I wonder if that's only applying to this top level, because we're also serializing in item effects here. And I don't think perception is one of our stats. It is not. So that's probably the error there. Which we could probably fix by like going and updating the prompt to make sure that it specifies like don't create your own stats. But it'd be nice to have this like technical fix in place too, just in case it does. We need a way to ignore it instead of erroring out. So we need to make sure that, where did we even go? If we jump forward a line. Okay, we're back here in item creation service. We need to make sure this applies to everything like recursively. Wonder what other settings there are. So let's see what options we have with what we're working with, because we're using missing member handling. JSON contains a property that isn't a member on the object. Default value is ignore. Yeah, that's what we want. Because without it, it errors. So we need to make sure that this applies to child objects as well. So I'm just gonna poke through some of these properties while this chill music plays and y'all are hopefully hydrating. Additional content, what does that even mean? After deserializing an object. Huh, it's odd. Context, contract resolver, that could be something we use to change how it serializes. Okay, date stuff we don't need to worry about. Equality, again, we don't have to worry about. Floats, sure. Formatting. Maximum depth, now that's something that might be nice later. Default value is null, no max depth. By the way, Bracky's Game Jam is coming up soon. You have that on your watch? I do. February, right? I actually, a couple days ago, thought it was January that it was in. Oh yeah, I guess I posted this. The 2nd of January, I was like, oh crap, it's Game Jam time. But it's February. And as per your request, I will absolutely be in it. So looking forward to seeing you in it as well. But I've also been itching for one in January, but I think we're a little too busy this January. Let's see. Missing member handling. Right, is that what we're using? Yes. Null value handling. It's probably also useful, but not what we need here. String escape handling, trace writer. Okay, nothing really stands out to like ensure that one of these properties applies recursively down. Objects are created. That could be like child objects on it, but there's not really like settings. So let's see what we can get by doing this. Dun dun dun. We do this. Unity Sage. Give it some code. This ignores invalid properties on the object, but one of the object properties is applies to the whole object and all child objects. I am looking forward to it too, human. I think it's going to be super fun. It's been a long time since I've done a game jam. Let's go ahead and I serialized item data view as text. And we can say this errors because their stat2 modify has perception, which is an invalid value. Well, let's see what it says. Might help, might not. Doesn't hurt to try. Okay, applies to all nested blah blah blah. Configure your settings properly, obviously. Sure. Oh yeah, I guess it is. It is a valid property. Like, what's our example? Serialized item data, JSON serializer, effects. Stat to modify is a valid property. It's just the value when we convert that into a stat modifier, I believe. Yeah, this doesn't have a valid string to actual integer. So it's probably this that's throwing the error, actually. I guess we could write a test for this. Are you doing the jam alone? I have a teammate. I might do it alone. I might also drag Tony in, see if he wants to do it. I used to do a lot of game jams where I would just sign up for a random team, which I really, really loved because you kind of get a really good variety of like people who know a lot that you can learn from, and also people who are learning. So you can like teach them stuff. You can kind of learn yourself by helping them out. I haven't decided yet. I think it's nice to like, I like doing it alone because I have so many ideas for like little games that I want to make. But it's also fun sometimes to do it in a team. So I might poke around like the free agents and see if anybody wants a team, but I'll probably either do it alone or maybe do it with Tony. We'll see. But yeah, do you know your teammate? Is it somebody you've built something with before? It's also a fun thing, like the dynamics of the team is always fun to figure out. Some people you just work with better than others, but going with the random teams you always find out the day of. Alright, so I want to... This is an enum, right? Yeah, and this is a class. So if we were to say public void generate enum parser. If I knew how tests worked in Unity, that would be a great place to put this, but what I think is happening is if we have this string item effect JSON is equal to this, and we parse that, item effect is equal to that. This throws an exception. It's not related to the invalid key, because that's what our settings are for. So we need to also make this not throw an exception. Yeah, it's a friend of mine. Funny enough, we found each other through a stream we both watched. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I recognize Lucky, the name. Is he the one with the custom command shredding his hopes and dreams? I think that guy, that one's name starts with an R, maybe. Not Lucky, but I remember trolling Lucky a couple times in your chat. He seems like a cool guy. Requiem. Yes. That's the guy. All right. This is on the item effect class. How do we want to just trigger this so we can, maybe we can even, all right. I use this decorator on my enum to help with parsing, converting strings to integer indexes in the enum. Let's grab that. Let's see if we can fix this real fast. This generates an error because the string isn't value. It isn't valid. Lucky is god of the memes. Now that's the kind of person I want to do a game jam with. Always fun with him. Yeah, it sounds like a fun time. Especially, like, game jams are always fun because you can make the most ridiculous little things. Do you have an idea of what kind of game you're going to make yet for it? Or you're just going to go in blind? I know obviously they do, like, they announce the theme and stuff the day of, but I haven't really looked at what they have announced quite yet. But I'm excited for it. Also, he spent like $5,000 in the Unity Asset Store. All right, he's my new best friend too. I think we've spent probably like $50, but it's only stuff that's like 90% off. So we've got a pretty good library, but I cannot imagine. It'd be pretty nice. Let's grab this. I'll show it as an example. How can I just... Let's see, what do we want this to happen? So if we try and convert this invalid JSON data into an item effect, should we just get a null back and we'd have like a null value here? Stat to modify, like we could just have a blank string here. That seems bad too, but it would actually parse without throwing an error and we can just exclude this effect, I guess. It's not really a good, like, if this object fails to parse, we want it to be nixed out, like the whole index of where it's under. But maybe we can start with just blank stat to modify, and we could do some error handling around that. So how can I just... serialize where stat to modify is blank or null if it doesn't match a valid enum value. Let's see what we get there. No idea yet. We're open to pretty much anything, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at too. Bracky's Game Jam, right? Because I know they have like some sort of theme already, right? Or maybe not. Maybe I just saw the video of where people were voting. Or maybe not at all. So yeah, very open-ended, I guess. It's hard to make that decision. But I'm excited for it. Should be very fun. Let's see if we got an answer over here. Invalid string, want it to be set to null default. Write a custom JSON converter. Yeah, I didn't really want to do that. Yeah, I mean, if we do this, we might as well do the full JSON converter for like items and handle item types within that. Let's see how this works though. Oh my gosh, that's so bright. I'm sorry, stream. I do my best. Let's see what we got here. So it's just gonna read in, go through, try and parse stuff. Yeah, I mean, we can do that. I didn't really want to set all this up because it seems so janky when we could probably do something nicer. Like, I'd almost rather literally just parse the raw JSON itself to detect these sorts of errors, because we end up hard coding everything anyway when we're building this parser. I mean, it's a little bit different because it's just like errors in general get cut out, but we still need to like handle how that affects other things. So it's not like a big win. Yeah, maybe I come back to that off stream. I want to think through like how we want to handle that. Are you planning to also stream all the work during the jam? That's a interesting idea. I hadn't thought about. How long is the jam again? It's like a week. The 16th to the 23rd. Sunday to Sunday. What I'll probably do is I'll probably stream my normal dev stream on Tuesday. Will probably be the full game jam. Or like, not the full game jam. I'll probably be working on the game jam on that stream. And I'm thinking about also starting to just stream some game dev on Thursdays. So I will probably either continue on the game jam there, or like maybe I'll work on some other stuff. But I'll probably stream once or twice through the stream. Are you planning on streaming much of your work through the game jam? Or just like baking it into the streams you already have? All right. Well, yeah, I want to come back to this once I've thought through like how we want to handle these invalid generations. What we'll probably do in the meantime, let's just go look at the item effect generation LLM prompt and see if we can adjust it there, but we'll do some proper like guardrails for it in code too. But we can go back and look at our merchant and see if he actually is adding stuff to his inventory now. Time until next. Right. My brain is so done with these timers. I feel like I just need to go fix that in a sec. But let's see what he has. See if he has anything new. He probably added one and then I didn't reset the timer correctly. Who knows? These all look like normal items he has. Probably stream everything or most of the work. Not sure about it now. I guess I haven't done like a really, really long stream. I could do something like that, especially for the jam. Like if I did like a probably not 24-hour stream, but like all day stream for the jam. That could be fun. But the downside is like I want to hang out with my wife and do some fun stuff too. So I usually try and stream like when she's also streaming, or like when, you know, we're not doing other stuff. But yeah, I guess I could do something like that. We'll see. But I'm excited to see your streams working in the jam. Should be fun. I can't wait to see what we both make too. I might do a little horror game, maybe even about trains. Who knows? Let's see. Can I redraw this? All right, let's just go fix the silly timer on the traveling merchant inventory manager. So update. Let's just write this manually. If time until next update is less than or equal to 0, then we do our update. Inventory. Otherwise, we tick down time until next inventory update minus equal to time.delta time. When we do our update, we need to reset this. Is that not what the code is below? Update inventory when the time is less than 0. Tick it down. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah. If time until next inventory update gets less than 0, none of this ever happens. That's why our bug happened. Because we had a negative timestamp. And a shredder even. We'll see if I can find a little shredder asset. Maybe so, though. We'll see. I could even shred a regular human's hopes and dreams. All right, so this hopefully should work. We'll see. Thanks again for the sub, by the way. I forget that subs exist sometimes when I'm streaming, and so I'm so surprised sometimes when I see it. I'm like, oh, right. I was also sub 50 streamers for like so long, so I never even thought about it. So it's also a nice reminder of like, oh, I already passed that threshold. That's awesome. All right, so let's go in. Let's see if we get another error when he tries to add something to his inventory before we've discovered anything. We should probably fix that as well. I think it's item database we'll look at for get random discovered item. It'll probably error in a second, but here. Yeah, so we want to do like, yeah, there's our error. But if we run away before, oh no. Okay, I bet our timer's broken again. This is fine. Let's look at him real fast. So I imagine it's just firing over and over again. Yeah, that's fine. Alrighty, man, I should probably obtain some Z's now. Have a great rest of your stream. See you next time. Awesome. Thank you for a ton. Thanks a ton for popping in. Good to see you. I'm glad you're still out there. I'll see what I can do with the new stream schedule, but I'll catch you too. Thanks for being here. So first of all, here we want to say we want the min mathf.min of requested item count versus discovered items dot count. So if there's only 0 items discovered, this loop won't fire. If there's 1 item discovered and you're requesting 3, it's still going to go 0 to 1, so you only get that 1 item. That should handle this nice and gracefully. And if there's 500 discovered items but you're only requesting 3, that still does the same. You'll get 3 items. Okay. Yeah, and I guess the minimum of 1 in order to start this, and then this will always be inbound, so that's fine. Now let's look at this guy. So why time between is 10. Why is this not resetting? Maybe it was related to the error. We'll see. Sometimes Unity's a little funky when something throws an error. It just stops that component from continuing. Can you get food, Kieran? I believe what you meant to ask was, may you get food? But the answer is yes. As long as you get something delicious. Alright, no error on the trader. We should be able to see, yep, that's counting down. It's going to try and restock again. There's nothing in there. Let's double check that though and just go look at his items. It's got... everything looks the same. We probably wanted to clear out his inventory, but I don't want to delete all this data. So let's go ahead and craft some things. Just random things that we now discover, so they should get added to his inventory. If we're requesting things and there's only that many items, should add all of them. So, fruit and a mortar and pestle, fishing hoe, and a tailor's spade. We should see those in his inventory soon. So they're all discovered. Here's a reset where it should be adding those to his inventory. Let's wait a couple seconds. It's the longest timer ever. Alright, so now we go here, we look at his items. Moment of truth, he has new items now. Perfect. So what we can do is, first of all, we're gonna obviously make this time between changes a lot higher. Because, I mean, performance reasons, we don't want them changing out items all the time. Eventually we'll tie this to like time of day, so like each day he'll get some new items. But what we can do is, like, instead of adding items to it, what we could do is, like, say, give me 10 or 15 discovered items at random, and it'll replace that inventory, so it's new items every day. I think that's probably what we'll do once it's hooked up to the day-night cycle. But for now, adding new items every so often seems good to me. He's got 8 tailor's spades now. It just keeps adding on. And we probably need to be redrawing this window. If you add some when the window's open, it's 8 and 1 now. But if we go close it and reopen it, it's 19 and 11. So we probably had it open for a while. But I don't think that's super pressing for the demo. So yeah, he has new items now, and that's exciting. So if you were to craft some stuff and you didn't want to go through the whole process of like collecting a saw and a pulley again in order to get whatever this item is, a pulley saw, you could potentially get a saw, a pulley, or even a pulley saw from this guy randomly, or the other wandering traders. So it's just more like, it's kind of a nice way to find some new items that aren't maybe necessarily new, but just another item source to check for if you like that. But I think things are looking good. We fixed a bunch of bugs, some really nasty like UI bugs on stream today. We built this new Loom workstation, which we still need to add a few more things to, of like different things to craft out of like soft materials. But you can put in hard materials, I guess. We'll put in a lantern and make a blanket out of it. See what we get there. We got an aura blanket. I guess this can be full screen. We got an aura blanket. So cool new workstation that works kind of like the anvil. We'll get this all rigged up with like better content soon, but just getting stuff working now. We finished up our crusher. We animated all the NPCs this week. We added them in the new player model. We fixed some nasty colliders on trees, which are still a little bit iffy, but they're a lot nicer than they were. Like you were clicking out here and harvesting from a tree. We added XP drops to some of the new workstations. We fixed the oven. We rigged up all the NPCs to do some more actions, like sitting down and waving and pointing and other things. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty more, but I think that's probably a good spot for the stream. I've been streaming for 4 hours now, which I want to do a little bit longer of a stream today. Just because, why not? We are going into crunch time. I mean, not really crunch time. I'm excited to be working on all this, and I'm working very hard on it because we have a demo that we're putting out next week. So if you guys want to get in this game and just like see this crafting system firsthand, collect items, use items on anything you want, use this tailor's spade on a tent, see what you get, craft a maple aura cloak, equip that, and do fun things. All this, solve NPC quests, and so on. You should be able to do that next week. So we are just making sure that it's smooth for everyone to play. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I'm like, oh, that's broken, so I need to do this. Trying to fix all that. And also trying to add in a few more things like these workstations where, like, it's just more content to play with and more, like, ways to do things. Like, if you talk to somebody and you're very convinced they need some gloves, you come over here, you grab some material like tent fabric, make some gloves for them instead of trying to fight through this system of like trying to craft gloves with whatever things you can harvest off the ground. Like, there's more avenues to tackle these quests. There's more stuff to play with. There's new ways to like craft items that are worth a lot now, so you can play like the merchanting game. We're starting to add more items to all the NPCs so they can like be either trading with each other, or this guy has items added to his inventory all automatically. We can take a look at them. Yeah, so a lot of stuff now that's need to increase that interval, but also like you can be selling the items you craft to these NPCs and making money. So well, that solves their quest, I guess. Doesn't solve their quest because didn't even read their quest, but you can be selling them items too, and they can also now consume these items. If I think the only guy in town rigged up to drink consumables is Brother Soulless over here, but let's go sell him some growth potions and see him get real big, if we can even find him. Maybe he's out back. Usually hangs out back here. No? Where are you at, sir? Where are you off to? Sometimes he hangs out at the front gate, too. I have some nice potions for you to drink. Oh, there he is. Staring at the wall. Huh. Just being nice in solitude, I guess. But we can sell him some growth potions, and then he now, as part of his internal loop, is like, hey, I have a couple growth potions in my inventory. I should drink those. Potentially. It's one of many actions he can choose to do. So he might not do it immediately, but they can drink their potions. If you give them a potion to like solve a quest or something, they'll drink it. If you give them like a sleepy potion or something, they can fall asleep, I guess. Or whatever potions you want to give them. Like, it's another way to manipulate these NPCs too, because they can now use the items that you give them. And we'll get equipment and stuff working in a similar way where they can like equip the items you give them. That's probably further on for like when we have combat in place and you're fighting stuff. Doesn't seem like a stretch that like there might be raids on your town or something and they need to defend the town, and therefore you need to give them better equipment or however you want to do things. So yeah, should be fun. Should be a lot of fun to do. I'm gonna call the stream now because I'm tired and my throat hurts and I've had too much fun hanging out with y'all. I just realized I was walking you through all these things without even sharing my stream or screen, so you know that's probably the perfect time to go. Let me see if anybody I know is chatting. or working, I guess. We've got a couple people playing games, but let me poke around and see what else we have. We have Sean, who's turning a 2D into a 3D game with a level editor. He's working on some fun stuff in Godot, I believe it is. So, you know what? We'll raid on there. He's got 4 viewers. We've got 4 viewers. Feel free to raid and run or not or whatever, but it's always a fun time when we pass the viewers on. So, Sean DeWorst. I wonder if that's because the worst. Probably not. Don't mind me. All right, let's raid him. It's been very fun, you guys. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you guys next week. Check out the Discord. We'll have a demo very soon. So we're gonna do great things. And if I can find this silly button, coding scene, we are good. We got lots of things, and did we go? I'm trying to raid from OBS. Okay, I think we got things sorted out. Should go. Just a couple seconds. All right, see you guys. All right, bye.